Welcome to this Slumberland sleep story. I hope that you have the most peaceful night's sleep and pleasant dreams. You can let me know what you think of this story or suggest your own story ideas in the comments section below. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background, and you're high up in a mountain range, working on an enormous telescope. And when you're not looking through the telescope, you're wandering around, taking in the fresh air, so crisp and cool, gazing up at the night sky, the dusting of stars stretched across that sky, watching as those stars gently twinkle. The sky here so incredibly clear. No sounds other than the occasional whirring sound as the telescope moves position to focus on another object. And you're holding a warm drink between your two hands, feeling that warmth as you stand in the cold. Enjoying the warmth of that drink when you put it close to your face. You feel the warm steam rising up. You feel the warmth through the cup, pulsing gently into those hands. The warmth of the liquid as you put it to your lips and gently drink. And just enjoying the silence of this location. And while walking around, your feet crunch on the stones underfoot and the rough, coarse grasses up here. And the peaks of the mountains surrounding you almost glow in the moonlight. The way the snow catches that light, and while moving and walking around, and looking at those peaks, it's like they're diamond encrusted. And after taking a break for a while, breathing in that cool fresh air, noticing the difference between breathing in the cool air and drinking the warm drink, you head back into the observatory You walk to that observatory, climb steel steps to the entrance, tap a key card which beeps, hear the latch click unlocked, and with a gloved hand you open the door, step inside and close it behind you, and you feel the warmth of this space. You hear the sound of different machinery, beeps, whirs, hisses, sounds of computers, the sounds of servers, the gentle hum of lights. And this room is very white. And you sit at your desk, a large computer screen in front of you. And at your fingertips is a keypad with raised keys. And the keys almost seem to click as you tap them. Then you punch in your ID, you log into the computer. The screen changes, showing you the view through the telescope, and down the side and along the bottom of the screen is information about the image you can see. And in the top left of the screen is some numbers that seem to constantly be changing, and there's 4 numbers with a dash between each set, and 2 sets of numbers, a red and 2 sets of green. And they're constantly changing to show the alterations in real time that the computer is making to the image from the telescope, to make subtle adjustments to steady the image, to cancel out the dancing that the image does due to the turbulence in the Earth's atmosphere. And this telescope is so high up that there's significantly less turbulence than you'd get if you're at sea level. But that adjustment means that the image you see on your screen looks incredibly sharp and steady. And gone are the days where you would go and manually move the telescope and point it at a location in the sky. You punch in some coordinates on the computer. You wait a minute or so as the telescope moves into position, adjusts its own focus, and then in real time tracks that object keeping the object in the centre of your view. And if the object is perhaps a comet or an asteroid, the telescope will be steadily tracking at a faster rate than if the object happens to be a specific star, galaxy, or nebula. And a different rate again if you're tracking a planet. And for now, the telescope is pointed at Jupiter, and you're gazing at that screen of Jupiter, and you're analysing the clouds on Jupiter, how the clouds at different latitudes are moving, how they seem to move differently among the different bands. You're noting down any anomalies, anything which stands out as changing or different. Anything you notice that just draws your attention to it. And while staring at that image of Jupiter, you find it's almost like your mind focuses so hard on what you're doing and what you're looking at that your peripheral vision darkens, almost as if you've got telescopic vision of the image from the telescope. And so you spend a number of hours carefully noting down your observations. The computer capturing images every couple of seconds. After studying Jupiter for perhaps 4 hours, you punch in the coordinates for the next destination you need to see for the night. And how it works is that different science groups around the world submit proposals for how they would like to use the telescope, what they would like you to observe for and how long. And then when a certain night comes around, you follow what's listed as the night goes on, finding the object that you need to be pointing the telescope at, writing down your observations while the computer takes images and records what's being observed. And that at a certain time, it'll be time for the next observation, which will be for a different science team. And you'll see what that observation entails. You'll type in the code for the location. The telescope will move and observe that location. And normally it's fairly standard. You get used to the codes for the different locations. So just reading the codes, you know what the telescope will be looking at. But occasionally there'll be coordinates you don't recognize. And sometimes there'll be observations you're told not to record anything about. The computer will take the images and you'll program it to automatically send those images to a specific location and not to store them. And you'll see what the telescope sees, but you won't be allowed to talk about it or record anything about it. And sometimes the observations strike you as quite boring, perhaps looking just like a pitch black area of space with nothing at all going on. Other times they'll be on an object or a location that gets your interest, but you don't necessarily know why that recording is being gathered and why the secrecy. And with those ones, you don't get to find out who wants the data. It automatically just sends to the correct people. And tonight, after looking at Jupiter, absorbing yourself in that image of Jupiter and taking notes on what you see, you punch in the code. The telescope carefully moves to its new position. And on the screen, you see what looks like a nebula in the shape of a spider. And there are pinpricks of light, like stars stretched along the spider's legs, and larger glowing orbs through the body of the spider. And you have this feeling like that nebula is moving, almost pulsing. And you just sit and observe because you're not allowed to take notes on this one. And you wonder what it's being observed for. And you notice in the heart of that spider nebula the pulsing, which looks like it's buried within clouds, is gradually speeding up. And it seems to be almost sending ripples or waves through that spider-shaped nebula. And the nebula is in colours of reds and oranges and some blue. With the orangey yellow and golden light and the diamond-like stars on the spider's legs, and the pulsing continues to increase in strength. And you're curious what this is. And then in the heart of the spider, around the centre of the pulsing, a dark spot appears, and you watch as that dark spot gets larger and larger. And at first the dark spot looks just like a puff of air passing through a cloud, like a rough edge carefully moving out from the center. But then as you continue to watch, so it becomes more uniform and circular. And then in the heart of that pitch black spot is a pinprick of light that flashes to life like a beam stretching out across the galaxy. And you see that beam reaching out from the heart of that spider, and around the beam appears to be a gentle electric blue, almost like strings of lightning travelling along the beam. And you try to judge the distance to that nebula. You try to work out its size. You try to work out what is perspective versus reality. Like, are some of those stars you see around the legs and through the body, are some of them nearer to you? They're just lined up with a nebula? Or are they actually in the location they look like? And you feel like what is happening, based on your estimates for the size of the nebula, would be almost impossible. To have that much movement from this much distance. As if the movement would be happening almost as fast, perhaps even faster than light, which you know would be impossible. But then you know that shadows can travel faster than light. And that some things are about perspective. And you continue watching. And within that beam that's protruding from the heart of the nebula, you think you can see little dots travelling within the beam. And a part of your brain tells you perhaps these dots are ships. Maybe this is some kind of a portal. But then you know that when you look at things in space that are unexplained, it's never aliens. So you put the idea out of your mind. And after a few hours of observing, the beam seems to just suddenly shut off. And the nebula goes quiet. and the gas and dust seems to fill in that void to the point you wouldn't even know what had happened if you hadn't seen it. And after about 4 hours, the observation moves on to something else. The last couple of hours, nothing much really happened. Those dots that you could see, that were the faintest of dots in the beam of light, just looked like they continued drifting in the direction they were travelling. But you don't know now whether those dots were, as you saw them to be, something which came within the beam of light, or just something nearer that happened to line up with the beam. But it isn't for you to say. And when the time is up, you punch in the next coordinates. And the final 4 hours of your shift. You watch Saturn in the sky at an angle where its rings are highly tilted towards the telescope, giving an incredible view of those rings, really highlighting them. And the computer takes its pictures and you write down your observations. And after 12 hours, your shift comes to an end. And the sleeping quarters are in some buildings nearby to the telescope. And in those sleeping quarters, there isn't a microwave, and there's very limited technology allowed to ensure that there's nothing to interfere with the telescope. And 12 hours is a long time to be staring at a screen. And so you always look forward to going to bed. And you head out of the building. You head through the cold air and into the staff quarters. You say hello to other staff who are milling around, some who finished their shift, some who are just about to head over to start their shifts. You have yourself something to eat and drink before going to bed and drifting peacefully and comfortably asleep. And after sleeping about 8 hours, you awaken. You potter around the staff quarters. You play a game of pool with another member of staff. You're not allowed to talk about your observations, despite the fact that you really want to share what it was that you saw. You head outside, just as the sun is rising. And the sun peeks its golden head over the horizon, barely warming the landscape. You enjoy a number of hours of relaxing before your next shift. And at this time of year, in this location, the sun barely rises and only shows its head for a few hours before setting again. And many of the observations that are made through the night, unless specifically requested otherwise, start with observations in the opposite direction to the sun. And as the night sky gets darker and darker, the further from sunset, the more the observations can be made in the direction of the sun. And this night, as with the previous night, most observations were standard. Nothing particularly special. But one observation was to look back at that spider nebula. And you're curious when looking back at the nebula how it'll look different tonight. Most of it looks the same. But while looking at the nebula, the same thing occurs as happened the night before. Only this time, it looked like those dots were moving towards the nebula. And so you watch the experience unfold, making mental notes, but being unable to make any physical notes, and knowing you'll be unable to talk to anyone about your observations. And after your time period up here, observing through the telescope, you head down the mountain. You catch a train from the foot of the mountain, which weaves and passes through long tunnels carved within the mountain range, working their way from high up north, gradually weaving southward. And the train journey takes many days until you finally arrive at a destination where you can catch a flight back home. And you catch a flight back to your home. And once home, you start researching and looking into what it is you might have seen. You've memorized the coordinates, and so you try to use your large telescope you have at home to see if you can see that nebula and what's going on there. And your telescope at home is significantly smaller than the one you work with, but you can just about make out that nebula. And you wire up your telescope to your computer, and you set your telescope to track the nebula. And your telescope tracks the nebula whenever it's dark each and every day. And although the resolution isn't as good, you frequently find yourself sat at your computer, watching what takes place at that nebula. And most of the time, nothing seems to happen. But every now and then, it seems to pulse to life. A beam seems to emit from it. It's as if dots, which are barely noticeable at this resolution, seem to come from the center of that nebula. And then hours later, the same thing will happen and it'll look like dots return. And then nothing will go on for some time. And then the same process will happen again and again. Only you can't get enough resolution to make out exactly what's happening and what kind of phenomena this is. And so you begin to reach out to contacts you know. You try and be vague what you're really doing, trying to see if there's a way to get a better resolution image without drawing any attention to yourself. But as you do this, you seem to have drawn some attention from someone, because one day you receive a brown envelope, unmarked, posted. You open that envelope, and what's written inside alerts you to a secret program taking place and tells you that what you've observed is the exit of a wormhole that the government have been working with other governments on some technology that's allowed them to create a wormhole that can be opened and used to travel to a specific location. And the source who wrote this said they didn't know where the information and the knowledge came from to build the wormhole, or to build the ships that are used to travel through the wormhole. But the other end of the wormhole, that which you see in that spider nebula, has existed for millions, if not longer, years. And that the plans the governments were provided with has allowed them to be able to explore a whole new area of space, tens of thousands of light years from Earth. But they've had to create a wormhole at this side of the galaxy. They've had to create their own wormhole in space. And so to create it and hide it from people, they created it at a specific distance beyond the far side of the moon. A distance that means that wormhole rotates around the Earth, remaining hidden by the moon for its full rotation. And so there's never an opportunity from Earth to see the wormhole created by humans. But there are some lunar orbiter images which have been pixelated out or shown as corrupt within the collections of released photos. And it's thought that these corrupt images aren't actually corrupt. They're intentionally corrupted to hide the wormhole, to hide this secret project. And within the paperwork was a specific code and location. And so, being curious, you head to the coordinates given. You hang back, and it's in a deep, deserted part of the country. And you watch, and you see that there are people coming and going to a facility here. And you wonder how they get ships to that wormhole, if there is one in space. And you watch, keeping hidden for a number of days, analysing those arriving and leaving. You notice different patterns, and you formulate a plan, a way of sneaking in. You notice there's something unusual about this base, that to maintain anonymity, no one shows ID, but they do all dress a very specific way, and they do all talk in a very specific way. And so you mimic this, and you arrive, and within yourself you have a little anxiety there. But it's the kind of anxiety that could equally be a little excitement. And you get yourself into the base. And once in, you begin to snoop around. And you find a room where you can hear the crackling of sparks, electricity. You sneak into that room, and you can see a person-sized portal, sparks flashing around the portal entrance. You confidently walk through the portal and exit in a different room within a dome, and you realize, looking out through the dome, the landscape is the moon, and hanging above you, way off in the distance, you can see that portal. And you realise this base on the moon is enormous and seems to contain factories for building spacecraft, where all the required elements are mined on the moon. And this all takes place on the far side of the moon. And you see that there's a launch pad here on the moon, and watch as a craft blasts off from the moon's surface and silently travels towards that wormhole. It arrives at the wormhole, and as it nears that wormhole, so the wormhole pulses to life. A bright blue cloud erupts in the heart of that machine. A beam seems to form, and then the ships pass along the beam. And you imagine that if you were looking at the monitor right now, to your telescope at home or the one in your work, you'd see a beam appear in that nebula. And you explore this base. You access a computer console and find that nothing is particularly secure, as if they don't expect people to be here who shouldn't be. As if somehow they feel that having things that can be hacked encourage people to hack. And so instead, they have everything offline. But you suspect that every click, every button push is still all tracked. And you can tell these rooms are filled with cameras. And so if anyone gets suspicious, they'll be able to check and find evidence of tampering. But you sit down, you're used to working at these kind of consoles. Based on the work you do, it all looks very familiar to you. You access information about the project. You find information about a race of aliens which had come to Earth thousands of years earlier. They'd been colonizing the galaxy and creating wormholes. And some aliens decided to remain here on Earth. And they blended in, and they were treated as gods. And although they had incredibly long lives, much, much longer than a human lifespan, they eventually passed away. And were treated as deceased gods, as per their instructions. But their ship, which they'd arrived on remained hidden and buried where they'd left it. And they thought nothing of it because humans were so primitive. They had no thought about humans having technology in the future and happening to find the ship at the point that they would have the technology to know what to do with it. And so thousands of years after they passed away, deep in the heart of Egypt, while searching for a tomb of the gods, they accidentally stumbled across what looked like a void under the ground, but was actually the ship, and the void was just the inside of the ship. And they descended into that ship, gained entry to the ship, and within the ship was knowledge, a wealth of knowledge from a thousands of years old civilization. Including details of the wormhole system. And there was no wormhole near enough to Earth for humans to reach based on our current technology. But in the same way that humans have shared to the internet the wealth of all knowledge about everything you could possibly ever want to know or learn, the same holds true for other civilizations. And so on the ship was all the information needed. It took a little understanding and some great minds, but they're able to create a space station on the far side of the moon and use that to make the required ships, and then craft the wormhole. And the wormhole connects to the network of wormholes. But the only code that they had was the code for this one wormhole in that location that looks like a spider nebula. And so for now, all they can do is travel from here to that spider nebula, and in these new ships, which are a significant upgrade on anything humans have ever created. They frequently trip to the location, explore space in that location, trying to find other planets, other star systems that these aliens had visited, to try and connect up with the aliens and see if they can work out the codes to open the wormholes in different locations. And so far, the few trips through this wormhole have come up empty-handed, with no sign of aliens remaining, as if perhaps they haven't been around there for a very, very long time. And so they're still looking for artifacts or anything which will reveal the other wormhole locations, hoping perhaps one day they'll be able to travel through a wormhole that comes out onto a thriving alien civilization. And they don't know whether there's just one alien civilization or whether there's more, whether that one is still around all these years later. And after you've gathered the information that you're after to learn what this secret program is all about, you shut everything down just as you had found it. You find your way back out from the moon base, through that portal, and then out of the base in that desert. And you find your way back home. And a part of your mind is curious whether anyone will notice you're ever there. You haven't given any reason to do so. And you head back home, and you know that this knowledge is going to shape how you do your job, how you perceive your observations that you make. You know that you're going to continue at home to observe that spider nebula, being curious about how things change over time and what you can learn about the project from afar without drawing any attention to yourself. You know you're going to stop reaching out to try to connect with others who might know more information. And you'll just do it as a private project for yourself out of curiosity. But it does get you thinking about that alien civilization, why those aliens came to Earth, what they saw in the planet that made them want to stay here, why they never shared their technology, and what else might be out there. And at the end of the night you head to bed. And you'll be back in work in a few days' time. And in bed you relax down, and you drift and float so peacefully and comfortably, relaxed asleep into slumberland. And you're sitting in the back garden on a large velvet cushion, so large you sink deeply into that cushion, the cushion holding your legs up slightly, supporting your back, your shoulders, your neck, your head, your arms resting peacefully beside you on that cushion. The soft feeling of the velvet beneath your fingertips. As you rest there, the cushion having a coolness to it, under the warmth of the sun, listening to the sound of finches dancing among the branches of the trees, the rustling of the leaves of the bushes surrounding the garden, the sweet scent of rose wafting from the roses surrounding you. Watching as butterflies and bees go about their life from plant to plant around the flower beds. And you can see the short grass waving ever so slightly as the wind blows the most gentle breeze which travels through the garden and tickles your face with its cool touch under the warmth of that sun. And your eyes gently close, and you can feel the warmth of that sunlight, like a healing light, massaging from the top of your head, around your face, down your neck, your shoulders, your upper back, down your arms to the tips of your fingers, and down through your body, almost like that healing light of the sun softens and heals within and through you, while you breathe so comfortably and so peacefully, drifting deeper and deeper into the experience. And you can notice the light of the sun through your closed eyelids, and that comfortable pressure of the warmth of the sun as it massages your body, almost like it's beginning to calm the mind and guide you into the most pleasant reverie here in this garden, resting on the velvet cushion. The log cabin standing behind you, and while you rest there, so your mind begins to drift and dream to the gentle bird sound, to the soft breeze, to each breath that you take, and you start to dream that you're walking along a calm and peaceful seashore, the most beautiful sandy shore, with the water delicately lapping onto that sand, like hungry hippos eating their way along the shore, dragging some of that sand back out with them, and you can feel the movement of that sand as the water passes across your feet and pulls some of that sand back past your feet as you walk, and feel the temperature of that water, the sound it makes as it rolls along the shore, the sounds of seabirds, the way sunlight glistens and sparkles on the surface of the ocean. And stopping at some protruding rocks as you see an elderly lady resting on the rocks, her face directed towards the sun, her eyes closed, her breathing calm and peaceful. Her skirt waving gently in the breeze, a slight salty tang to the air as the waves strike the base of the rocks so gently, creating the slightest of mist. And as you approach, so the lady notices you and turns her head in your direction before opening her eyes, and opens her eyes so softly, almost as if the eyes opening pull a smile upon her face. As she smiles over towards you and greets you in the friendliest of ways. And while she talks with you, she offers you some passion fruit and tells you this is no ordinary fruit. It'll fill you with passion. It'll help you to uncover what you're truly passionate about. And you have some of that fruit, and it makes your fingers slightly sticky. You take a step or two towards the sea as those soft and gentle waves roll in. You run your fingers through the water, rubbing them gently together. And the fingertips begin to dry off under the warmth of the sun, almost as soon as they've left the sea. And she pulls out a coin and asks you heads or tails. And you ask, heads or tails what? And she says, heads or tails. If it's heads, I'll guide you on an adventure across the ocean. If it's tails, your adventure will start beneath the waves. Which do you think it'll be? And you say, heads. And she flicks the coin in the air, and it seems to spin through the air for much longer than anticipated, as if that coin is hanging there in the air, before landing in the palm of her hand. And she places the palm of her hand on top of the back of her other hand. She looks up in your direction. The crow's feet stretching around the sides of her eyes as a smile crawls around her mouth. She gazes down at her hands and very slowly and carefully peels her fingertips from the top of her hand, revealing the coin. And you see that that coin is showing tails. And with a smile, she flicks the coin in the air again. And as the coin spins in the air, so it gets larger and larger. And it begins to blur while it gets larger and larger, until it lands on the water, looking like a circular submarine. And she suggests that you enter that submarine. And you climb into the submarine. And she tells you that it's programmed to take you where you need to go. She says to enjoy the trip before closing the hatch, and the submarine moves forward on its own, moving into deeper water before beginning its descent. And as it begins its descent, so you can see the way the sun's rays dance before you as the waves pass overhead, rolling towards the shore so peacefully, so calmly. And the submarine silently continues to descend. And while it continues descending, the dancing light overhead begins to fade. The space around you becomes a darker and darker blue. And you notice in the darkness strings of glowing, flashing light pulsing along jelly bodies. And as your eyes continue adapting to this dark, so you notice the most psychedelic jellyfish swimming slowly, methodically through the water, travelling with ease and peace. And you watch those jellyfish as they swim. Their light almost mesmerizing you. And the sub continues to descend. And as it continues descending, so you start to notice something off in the distance, something catching your eye. It looks almost like ruins on the sea floor. And the sub continues towards those ruins. And the nearer it gets to the ruins, the more vast they appear, stretching high up from the sea floor, the sub weaving among the ruins, passing through an arch and into the ruins of a labyrinth, seeming to follow this labyrinth, as if following a known path through a maze. And then the submarine begins approaching a wall in a ruined chamber. And in the back of this wall is a narrow slit, and you can see some light shining through that slit. And as the submarine approaches that back wall, so it begins to slow down gently, and then starts to spin. Only the inside of the sub remains upright and steady, and the outside of the sub begins to glow. And you notice that it seems to be refolding and shaping itself into a shape that'll fit through that narrow slit. And yet, somehow, as you look out through the window of the sub, it looks like it should now fit, only the inside of the sub still feels much bigger than the outside of the sub looks from the inside. And this wafer-thin sub approaches the wall, passes through that crack in the wall, and somehow you fit. And it pops out the other side in a flash of light, landing with wheels in a meadow, having turned into some kind of a truck. And the lid of the sub pops open. You disembark. You look behind you and you can see that wall. Only that wall isn't ruins anymore. In fact, it looks like it wasn't built that long ago. You can see the slit in the wall, and you can see that it looks like darkness through that slit. And you stand back from the wall to take a better look, and the structure looks enormous. And it looks like it was the labyrinth you just explored. And in this meadow, which seems to go on in every direction for miles and miles, you can feel the sensation of the sun beating down on you, only not with tremendous warmth, but with deep comfort. And in this meadow, the grass is long and tickles at your ankles. And you walk through the meadow, admiring the patchwork of trees dotted through this space, the gentle rustling of leaves, the sight of a family of deer in the distance, grazing in the meadow. The scale of the buildings behind you, and the silence and stillness here. And while walking through the meadow, you're surprised to see the most beautiful natural tulips, some looking fiery, others looking a deep red, some almost black, some in colours of pastels, of pinks and blues, colours you've never seen before. And while you walk through this landscape, so you hear something in the distance that sounds like gentle music, reaching and dancing into your ears, tickling your senses in a way you've never experienced before. And you follow that sound. And when you arrive at the sound, you see a tall tuft of grass waving in the wind. And as it waves and moves, so the sound of music emanates from that grass. And while you explore this space more, you notice the movement of the leaves in the trees, making the sounds of bells, the movement of the larger branches, making the sounds of deeper woodwind instruments. As if you've walked into nature's symphony. And yet you continue to explore with curiosity. And you see a stream passing through this landscape, and dancing above the stream, almost emanating from it, is rainbow colours, with the intensity of the colours varying across the stream. And as you near it, so you realise you can't hear the stream. It's as if the sound has turned into colour. And the deeper and deeper into this landscape you go, the more profound the experience. You find as you continue walking that what you should be able to see, you can hear. What you should be able to hear, you can see. What you should be able to smell, you can feel. As if someone's jumbled up all of the senses. And eventually, while walking, you come to a red thread tied to a tree with the most beautiful bow, and you begin to follow that thread. And you follow that thread as it weaves among the trees, as it stretches across the meadow. You see rain clouds rolling gently in, and a warm and comfortable shower falls from the clouds. Something about the sensations here are so deeply profound, helping you understand reality in a whole new way. You continue to follow that thread. You start to feel a deep sense of joy and curiosity as you explore and wonder where you're being guided. And you notice the thread as it weaves around trees. But it seems to be heading towards a distant cabin. And although you could just walk straight to the cabin, you decide to continue following the thread. And as you get nearer and nearer to the cabin, you notice that there's someone swinging on a swing outside the cabin. And you can see beyond the cabin looks like a spaceship just parked up. And as you near the cabin and get a better look at the person on the swing, you discover that they're a kangaroo mouse. And while approaching, they look in your direction. They don't come over to you, they continue swinging. They just watch as you continue the journey to the end of the red thread. And the red thread ends at a post attached to the gate to their garden. And you unlatch the gate. You walk through the gate. That kangaroo mouse still watching you. You close the gate behind you. You cross the garden towards the kangaroo mouse. They introduce themselves as Magnolia, and they're dressed in the most beautiful tailored suit. They let you know that they're a quantum being. They're capable of accessing reality on a quantum realm where every possibility that has ever happened, that will ever happen, that is ever happening are all accessible simultaneously. And they say that this is the heart of the reality. A bubble created by them in their image of their experience of reality. That reality shifts and changes depending on who's interacting with it and what senses they use and how those senses work. And so to create something understandable, they make this space. And they invite you into their home. They hand you a golden key and offer you a cup of tea. And you accept that tea. And as they bring over the tea, so the warmth of the tea sings like the sweetest silver bells. The taste of the tea tastes like the feeling of a warm and comfortable shower. And you enjoy that cup of tea while the kangaroo mouse continues speaking with you. And they bring over a small chest. You open the chest with the golden key and discover inside the chest a small yet heavy crystal ball. And with some strength, you lift that crystal ball from the chest, holding it firmly in the palm of your hand. And the weight of that crystal ball feels like the weight of emotion. When you have a task that's important to do. And you gaze into the crystal ball. And Magnolia talks with you. And you listen as they talk, almost as if they're a mesmerist, guiding your attention to the ball, absorbing your attention around the patterns, the movement, the light in the ball. You almost forget about the weight of that ball as catalepsy sets into your arm so calmly and peacefully. And while gazing into the ball, so you begin to see clouds moving in the ball, flashes of light, hints of other worlds, of different civilizations. And they talk to you about the power of this ball to shape reality, to guide you to access your desired reality, that there are multiple paths you can take, but with this ball, you can see them all and experience them all simultaneously, and almost unconsciously use the ball like a telescope pointing into the distance, navigating and directing you down one specific path. And it helps to cut through the quantum realms to understand things in a whole new way. To head to the reality you desire. And while holding the ball, you find that it's as if you're moving and walking, and yet, in reality, it isn't you moving, it's reality around you moving. And you let that happen as reality moves and shifts around you. And you explore different potential futures, different opportunities and pathways. You realize there's not exactly free will, but rather a general trend of direction to go that's heavily based on where you've been. And you head in the direction you want. You see the future you desire. You look back and can see the steps you took to get here, before finding yourself heading back through time, through space, leaving the kangaroo mouse, saying goodbye. And heading back to that ship. And the ship automatically turns to face the hole, travels back through that hole, and begins its journey through the sea, before ascending on that beach. And that woman still resting there. And she introduces herself as Magnolia, while the submarine behind you spins, fizzes, pops, flies through the air, and lands like a coin in her hand. She asks if you've learned anything from the experience. And you say that you feel some change deep within you, a change you can't quite grasp or fathom yet. You know that change has happened. And she sees you on your way as you continue along the seafront. And while continuing along the seafront, so your mind gets lost in thought. And as your mind gets lost in thought, so you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper asleep until the seashore fades completely from your experience, almost as if you've walked into nothingness. And with that, you drift into the deepest, most recuperative sleep, waking in your own time in that garden, resting on that giant velvet cushion, listening to the sounds of nature around you, aware of how much the sun has passed across the sky. And as the sun begins to set, so you head into your holiday let. You settle down to bed. And you begin to drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And you find yourself walking through the most peaceful woodland. The gentle sound of leaves crunching underfoot. The gentle rustling of the branches overhead as the wind blows such a delicate breeze. And sunbeams dance before you as that sun weaves its way through the canopy, illuminating the path before you. And you can feel the softest breeze against your cheeks, hearing the sound of the occasional scampering squirrel scrambling around a trunk of a tree. Smelling the fresh woodland air. The slightly echoing distant sounds of woodland bird song. And a deep sense of inner peace and calm. Spreading through your mind and body, with each step you take continuing along that woodland path. And as you walk along this woodland path, passing through those dancing beams of light. You have this feeling of time standing still, of being lost and absorbed in the moment. And while you continue walking through this clear and calm woodland, so you see among the trees in the distance the outline of a graceful deer feeding on some food from the woodland floor. That deer freezing momentarily when it notices you as you stop to watch. Its brown, soft fur occasionally moving with each breath. Small puffs of mist as it breathes out. Its gentle eye gazing over at you as you remain still, observing. And you hear the calming hoot of an owl in the distance among the trees. And as the deer feels comfortable with your presence, it continues to eat, and you continue to walk. The undergrowth softly crunching and cracking beneath your feet. The sounds of songbirds continuing to echo through this woodland. And as you walk deeper and deeper into the woods, so you start noticing the carpet of bluebells in this part of this woodland. Noticing how delicate each of those tiny flowers is. The weight of the flower head pulling down and drooping over the flowers. And you spy on a branch in a tree that owl you heard earlier. A mottled brown, resting on a branch nestled among the trees, so well camouflaged. You watch that owl as you walk past, noticing the owl watching you back, its head gently turning, keeping its eyes on you as you walk, starting to perhaps hear the distant sound of a stream passing through this woodland. And and continuing along this path in the direction of that stream. Feeling so relaxed from the comfort of this environment, feeling a deep and personal connection with the nature around you. And as you continue to walk through the woodland, so the sound of that stream gradually intensifies. And you start to have this thought like you're beginning to notice the slightest scent of the fresh water wafting gently to your nostrils. And you continue walking through this woodland, getting closer and closer to that stream. Until you find your way to the stream bubbling its way through this woodland, wrapped in the trees, weaving through the undergrowth, around the larger trees. And you walk along the edge of the stream, seeing the way the water ripples and dances and weaves around. Stones in the stream, the way there's slightly more tufts of grass growing along the edge of the stream. The occasional leaf spinning and floating down the stream, like a boat travelling on the ocean, going with the flow. Watching as the leaf weaves and bounces over the waves in the stream, swings around the eddies, navigates the undulations, and your mind almost imagines what it would be like to be piloting that leaf, to be travelling along this stream, perhaps having a stick that works like an oar to help you to keep control of the boat while it rises and lowers over the undulating water, gets carried around rocks, swings around obstacles, navigates the eddies, drops down the gentle waterfalls, and finds its way to a calm and distant lake. And you continue to follow this stream, enjoying this countryside walk through this woodland. And while walking through the woodland, so the sun is gently passing across the sky, the dancing beams of light that are penetrating the canopy overhead are gradually angling steeper and steeper as the sun is moving lower and lower. And the atmosphere is gradually changing to shades of oranges, almost like there's a golden light infused through the woodland. And while the light begins to fade, so you start to think you'll have to stop at some point soon to rest for the night. And you continue on for a little longer, curious whether you'll find a slight clearing anywhere along the path of this stream. And after another hour or two of walking, the space around the stream opens out just a little bit. You notice a tree has fallen down in this area, and that tree is lying on its side, stretched across the ground, across the stream. At the foot of the tree is a large hollow where the roots once were. Revealing the exposed chalk under the ground here, mixed with some dirt. And you decide this is a good place to set up camp. And you set up a tent, resting against the trunk of the tree. You clear the space in front of the tent. You dig a slight pit. You gather up some wood from around this area. You fashion yourself a fire in that pit. You light that fire just as the sun is setting, leading to the most comfortable, flickering orange glow and gentle warmth on your cheeks, with the backdrop of the sound of that flowing water bubbling past. And you rest down in the entrance to your tent. You cook yourself some food on the fire. And while cooking, you notice the way the sounds around you are shifting from the sounds of daytime to the sounds of the night, from the sounds of songbirds to the sounds of crickets and nighttime animals. And noticing how the air is cooling while your cheeks remain warm from the fire. And the scent of your food wafts to your nose as the food nears being ready to eat. And you feel gently relaxed, so calm. You enjoy sitting back, eating that food as the fire continues to burn down gently. And after eating the food, you rest back in the tent. You light a light in the tent, and you read by that light, absorbing yourself in a good book. Listening to the crackling, popping, dancing light of the fire, the sound of the stream gurgling past, the distant sounds of crunching and movement in the woodland as the nighttime animals go about their business, continuing to feel more relaxed, deeper and deeper, with increased comfort at being here in nature. Enjoying the peace and tranquility that nature brings, catching a glimpse of the stars through the slight clearing overhead. Noticing low behind the trees the softest silvery glow of the moon, carefully climbing its way into the sky. And continuing to read in the tent. The sides of the tent being gently buffeted by the breeze, waving softly around you. The rhythms of the night bringing a deep sense of peace and calm that encourages you to want to close the book and fall asleep. And you find as you read at night, each time the eyes work their way down the page, it's as if it's a signal for the eyelids to get heavier and heavier. And each time you read down the page, you get more and more tired, the eyes just wanting to close, to allow you to drift deeply and peacefully inside your mind. And as you continue to read and the eyes get heavier, and you find the eyelids are knocking at the doors of sleep, eventually they close without you noticing. And you don't know how long the eyelids are closed for before you discover that they're closed, and you softly open your eyes and continue reading. But each time you reach the end of a page, you discover the eyelids have closed again, and your hands almost automatically, without any conscious thought, fold the book closed onto a finger. With that book resting on your lap, resting on your fingers in your hand, with one finger tucked carefully within the book, marking the page. And you find yourself doing this without thought, finding yourself absorbed in the experience of drifting and floating so peacefully, so calmly asleep. The head beginning to rest back, the fire now just embers outside, still crackling ever so slightly. But now nothing more than a patch of warmth on the ground beyond the tent. As your mind begins to drift on the sands of time, into the story you were just reading, as if drifting asleep midway through the story stimulates your mind to want to complete the incomplete pattern of where you're at. And your breathing begins to slow, all by itself, so calmly and deeply. Your mind begins to slow easily and effortlessly. Your thoughts slowing, as if slowing down to arrive at a place deep within you. And you relax deeper and deeper and begin to drift comfortably into a reverie. As the head rests back there, finding comfort on what it's resting on, letting the muscles around the head and the neck soften and relax and let go easily and effortlessly. And almost like it happens on an out breath, that relaxation moves comfortably down the arms, the shoulders, around the neck, around the top of the shoulders and down into the chest, almost like the most comfortable massage, softening those muscles, relaxing you deeper and deeper, bringing relaxation down through your body, down through your arms to the tips of your fingers, down from your upper back to your lower back, around your sides, down to your stomach, like a wave of peaceful, deep relaxation, moving at the speed of breath, really taking time to soften and deepen the experience. As you fall asleep in that tent, spreading the relaxation down through your body to your bottom and down your legs. With the process happening automatically and being no effort for you at all, no thought required, just happening easily, effortlessly, all by itself. With your mind just about registering the gentle movement of the sides of the tent in the breeze. The bubbling sound of the stream, carefully weaving its way out of consciousness and into the distance, letting go deeper and deeper into the experience. And no effort at all is put in to relaxing deeply and drifting peacefully asleep. It's like thoughts begin to still. It's like the thoughts themselves settle down for the night, go to bed and drift asleep, leaving the mind free to wander and drift and dream into the most pleasant reverie. Almost like a comfortable, tingling sense of peace and calm. Like 1,000 tiny bells permeates your mind and body from the top of your head down to the tips of your toes, softening and relaxing. With each breath, seeming to almost move the external world further into the distance. Like sinking comfortably into a pillow of pleasure, so deeply calming and relaxing. And imagining yourself in your mind's eye as a reverie begins to form finding yourself with a childlike wonder, walking through the most beautiful meadow atop a cliff, towards a rustic old lighthouse. And with each step you take through this meadow, so you move further and further away from your awareness of external reality, drifting deeper and deeper into your own personal inner reality, into the wonder of this experience. Noticing the sights, the sounds, the smells of this most beautiful, most perfect meadow. As you walk towards that lighthouse, and you see the way the beam of light from the lighthouse is slowly and rhythmically scanning the night's environment, with the moonlight here casting a bluey silvery glow across the meadow, across the landscape, hearing the distant sound of the ocean and the gentle sound of waves crashing at the foot of the cliffs. And you continue to walk through the meadow towards the lighthouse. The long grasses of the meadow gently tickling the sides of your legs, brushing past with the softest sweeping sound, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. And you can see a couple of lights within the lighthouse, as if somebody's home. And you arrive at the lighthouse. You walk around that lighthouse, running your fingers around the stonework, feeling the texture of the stones under those fingertips. Walking around the lighthouse to a rickety wooden door set within a stone arch. You knock softly on that wooden door. You hear the padding of footsteps from beyond the door. And you wait with patience and anticipation, curious who's going to answer the door. And after a short time, the latch on the door sounds. The door opens. The soft yellow light of candles within this lighthouse shine gently through the open door, revealing the coziest of spaces and a guinea pig in a suit with a pocket watch on a chain popped into the top pocket of the suit. The guinea pig smiles and asks who you are. And as you're answering, they pop that pocket watch out of their pocket. They press the button flipping the lid of the pocket watch. They look at that ticking watch, close the lid and pop it back in their pocket. And they say that it's late. Perhaps you should come in. Maybe you'd like some tea. And you graciously enter the lighthouse, are guided to the most comfortable looking chair. You rest down in that chair, sinking so deeply and peacefully into the chair, almost if the chair itself has the magical power to evoke deep relaxation within you. And the guinea pig brings over some tea, the sweetest smelling tea, its steam, tickling your nostrils as you move the tea towards your lips. And the guinea pig sits opposite you on an equally comfortable looking chair. And for a moment you both sit in silence, just drinking the tea. And after settling in with that tea and having a few sips, the guinea pig asks if you're curious to look around. And you oblige, and while looking around, the guinea pig says that there must be a reason you've come here. And you say you think this is a dream. You are just drifting asleep. You're camping by the most comfortable stream. And the guinea pig explains that there are no coincidences in dreams. If you're here, whether you know it or not, you're here for a reason. And they begin to ascend a spiral staircase that runs around the inside wall of the lighthouse, passing through holes in the floor between each level, and through each hole is a new room, and the next room up looks like the most beautiful living space. The room up from that is the most incredible library, with comfortable seats to sit and read, gazing out of windows. And above that seems like a storage room, almost like a loft. And above that, you come out at the lighthouse itself, on the level of the light. And you can see that this light consists of a large flame and a mirror that circles around that flame. and the light reflects off that circling mirror, creating a beam that sweeps across the ocean, around the landscape, and then back out to sea. And to one side of this space is a door leading out to a balcony that wraps around the top of the lighthouse. The guinea pig guides you out onto that balcony, and up here at the top of the lighthouse, the wind is stronger, almost howling past your ears. The sounds of the waves crashing against the cliffs below seems to almost echo and bound its way up the cliff face to your ears. You can feel the coolness of the air out here and smell the salt of the ocean. And the guinea pig and yourself rest your elbows on the fence around this balcony. You enjoy a few moments of relaxing and breathing in that fresh air. Before heading back inside, and the guinea pig walks you round to a lift and says we'll descend in the lift. And the lift pings and you both enter. The lift slides shut behind you and you begin to descend. And you watch those numbers 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And at 1, the door opens. You enter at the room you started. The guinea pig tells you the location of this lighthouse is actually above an ancient library that had been built into this cliff thousands of years earlier and maintained for much of that time. And they move a rug on the floor of this room. And under the rug is a trapdoor with a metal handle that's on that trapdoor flush with the wood, and with a creak and a sense of weight. They take hold of the handle. They lift the trapdoor, and with a thud it swings down, open. And they grab a light and begin to descend, inviting you to follow. And you follow them down some steps into the space beneath this lighthouse. And underneath the lighthouse, they turn on some lights to illuminate a vast cavernous library with the smell of old books wafting around this space, like the movement of your bodies, triggering that library smell to wake up and dance around your nostrils. Some people arrived here, found a cave in the side of a cliff, and decided to hide these scrolls in this cave. And through the lifetime of those people, they used this cave to store scrolls they encountered from their travels around the globe, storing that knowledge safely and hidden. And this library seems to have grown from there. To others, following on from those people, continuing to store even more knowledge, expanding the cave, until eventually the cave entrance was sealed, and a lighthouse was built on top of the cave, initially used as a signal for those seeking this location, but also having someone permanently in the lighthouse who is the keeper of the knowledge, who protected that knowledge and was able to track who came here. But through the sands of time, gradually people forgot about this place. They stopped coming here. They stopped exploring, depositing new knowledge. And the lighthouse was just manned as a lighthouse. And whenever one person would stop doing the job, another person would be hired to take over. And most never explored the lighthouse fully, and never discovered that if they just lifted a rug, they could find that library. But now they're here. They found the library, and they spend time exploring the documents in the library, gathering the knowledge of the ancients, the wisdom from civilizations long past, and knowledge about connecting with the world around you, being in harmony with the world. And they hand you a book, and they tell you while you're here, perhaps you should rest here for the night. And as you rest here, perhaps you could settle down in bed and read this book, and it'll teach you to see the deeper nature of reality and open your senses to a whole new world. And you head back into the library. You settle down in a bed on one of the other levels. You spend some time reading that book, discovering many aha moments. Before drifting asleep to those aha moments, and as you fall asleep, so you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into your own mind, as if your mind is transforming. Updating itself with the learning you've gained from the book, from the library under the lighthouse. A book you discovered in the heart of a dream you had in the heart of woodland, as a stream continues to trickle past your tent, like a stream of consciousness continues to flow through your mind. Updating your neurology with peace and calm, a new and deep inner wisdom. That's destined to transform who you are and how you respond to life's challenges, and create the most profound positive changes deep within you, while you drift and float so peacefully asleep into slumberland. And as you carefully crunch your way through autumn woodland, you can hear the sound of leaves crunching underfoot, the rustling of the leaves in the trees. You can see some of those leaves falling gently down from the trees, rocking side to side through the air as they carefully lower themselves down to the ground, carried on the gentle breeze. And the patches appearing overhead as those leaves fall from their place, and the sun creeps through and dances on the ground below, and a soft mist permeates the woodland floor, wrapping around your ankles, moving gently with each step, like walking through shallow water, with your legs pushing through that water. The ripples gently spreading out with each step. And the soft and gently echoing sounds in the woodland of distant birds in trees, the hoot of a distant owl that slight chill in the air, stroking your cheeks, breathing in that slight coolness, breathing out any stresses or worries, while your mind is gently lost in thought, weaving around trees. And as you continue to walk through this woodland, and the sun continues to pass across the sky, so the rays of light get shallower, the shadows get longer, and the light goes from a brighter white to a delicate orange, weaving its way around those trees. And as you continue walking through this woodland, and that orange light begins to fade to a gentle blue, with the soft onset of night, you can hear a distant howl of a wolf elsewhere in this woodland. And then after a short time, you hear a howl coming from the opposite direction in response, and then another and another, the animals communicating with each other as you continue walking so peacefully, so calmly through this woodland. And as the last of the sun passes over the horizon, you find your way to the edge of the woods, into a slight clearing where you can see the gently rising full moon hugging the tops of the trees in the distance. The stars sparkling and twinkling overhead. And in this clearing, you see a large ravine, and you walk over to that ravine. You walk along the edge of the ravine, gazing down to a thundering river down below. You walk a little bit along the side of the ravine, and then head back the opposite direction, checking the ravine out. Before resting on the edge of the ravine, dangling your legs over the edge, taking your backpack off, and out of your backpack, you take a long rope, and on the end of the rope, you attach a hook. And then you stand back up and you throw that rope across the ravine. And the first time It lands and you pull it, and it just pulls off the edge of the ravine, so you roll it all back up again, and you throw it again, and then a third time and a fourth time. And the fifth time you manage to hook that on the other side of the ravine. You tie off the rope on this side of the ravine. You wander calmly back into the tree line, examining the branches of the trees. You find a suitable branch, break that branch from the tree, and carry that branch with you back down to that rope. You throw your backpack back on your back. You hear the soft howl of another wolf. The sound of an eagle flying overhead. The distant hoot of an owl. As you walk over to the rope, taking that stick and gently walking across that rope, balancing yourself with the stick. Carefully walking along the rope. The gentle breeze pushing on your cheeks, moving softly and calmly above that thundering water. Stopping for a moment in the middle, looking left and right under the moonlight, examining the ravine, recalling your days working in a circus, the days you used to swing from high up, used to cross ropes like this through multiple performances, day after day. And thinking about how you've now found a practical use outside of a circus for this skill. And you lower yourself down onto that rope, crouching all the way down, sitting yourself down on the rope. Feeling very centered and calm, taking in the moment. And from on that rope, you're wondering whether to drop down and explore the ravine, or continue across to the other side. You wonder whether there'd be a way up from within the ravine if you drop down. And you decide that perhaps you will drop down into the ravine. And so you pull a large sheet out of your backpack. You wrap two corners into one hand two corners into the other hand. And then you just push your body forward, launching yourself off the rope, stretching your arms out as wide as you can. That sheet catching the air, jolting you back up as you fall down calmly, drifting down into that ravine, following your ears to guide you to land beside that thundering river, heading off to land on the opposite side of the ravine to which you were crossing from, pulling your arms in as you near the ground, bending your legs, and gently landing and walking and rolling in that sheet, placing that sheet back into your backpack, looking up towards the top of the ravine, the moonlight barely making it down here. That river thundering alongside you, the spray from the river wafting into your nostrils, as you crunch along the stony edge of the river. Exploring this ravine. And as the night continues to set in, so you decide to stop and take a break. And you grab some spikes from your backpack. You wedge them in above head height into the cliff at the side of the ravine. You then turn that into a platform, climb up onto that, stab in some more spikes, and then attach a sheet between the platform and those spikes, making a small space that you can fit in with your backpack and rest down and sleep for the night. And you settle down in that small space. The sound of that river rumbling past. The sound of that water so calming, so relaxing. The breeze gently patting itself on the fabric that surrounds you. Feeling like you just want to drift comfortably asleep. And under a gentle torchlight, you read a little bit of a book before noticing that as your eyes work their way to the bottom of the page, each time they reach the bottom of the page, they just want to close deeper and deeper. And so you close the book as you close your eyes and drift comfortably asleep. And as you drift asleep, so your body relaxes and your mind begins to drift and dream. And you start to hear the sound of a disco. And in your mind's eye, you start to have this sense of coloured lights flashing and moving around. And then this sense of walking into a disco. And in this disco, all you can see is a cat in a tutu, dancing, spinning to Saturday Night Fever, with different coloured lights moving across the dance floor, lights spinning gently to the music. A DJ hidden in the shadows in the background. A gentle occasional puff of dry ice wafting across the dance floor. And that cat just lost in their own world, dancing, spinning, enjoying the music. And you stand in the entrance to this disco, watching as that cat dances. And then as the song comes to an end, so the big lights get turned on. All the colourful lights get turned off. The DJ says that was the last song of the night. It's time now for everyone to go. And the cat seems a little disappointed with this. And you notice, with the lights on, the incredible mosaic on the floor. But once the lights are turned on, this room doesn't look so much like a disco. It looks more like an ancient Roman building with the most beautiful architecture, images around the walls, and a delicate mosaic across the floor. And you walk towards the cat. And the cat is still wanting to dance and is purring gently. And yet they seem very worn out, very tired from all their dancing. And you comment on the cat's dancing. And they smile back at you. And they say they enjoy a good romp around the dance floor. And they tell you perhaps you'd like to head out of the fire exits at the far end of this building. And they hand you some chopsticks. They say you'll probably need these. And you take those chopsticks. You walk through the building, down a long, echoey corridor towards some fire doors. You open those fire doors, and the other side of the fire doors, you find that it opens into what looks like an endless cornfield, with that corn being taller than you are, stretching out in all directions. And you jump up to try and gaze over the top of the corn. And you turn around, and it looks like you've just exited through a door in a hill. And you walk around that door and climb up the hill a little bit. And standing on the hill, all you can see to the horizon in every direction is corn. And you gaze across that corn. And you hold a chopstick out sideways in front of you. You scan across the corn, and you notice that in one direction, there's a point where the corn is slightly higher than the horizon. And so you decide that at that spot, there must be something. And so you head in that direction, pushing through the corn, that corn rustling and cracking as you walk through it. The smell of that corn wafting around your nose. And you push on and on and on, hoping to figure out what is making the corn slightly higher in one spot in this endless cornfield. And after some time of walking, you suddenly notice on the ground what looks like areas of rubble. And so you suspect you're on the right track. You push through that corn, leaving a trail of crushed corn in your wake. And then you notice that that ground starts heading upwards slightly, until you reach a point where you start to notice you're now heading back down again. And so you go and stop at the top. And you examine the ground beneath your feet. And you start digging into the ground with those chopsticks. And as you dig into the ground, you can hear a slight hum coming from just beneath the surface. So you push with those chopsticks into that dirt, chipping away at that mud, until you notice, buried under the ground here, seems to be a chamber. And you've reached the roof of this chamber. And you score with a chopstick around a stone at the top of this chamber. Until that stone falls through and thuds onto the ground. And you squeeze yourself down through that gap. You hang and then drop down into the chamber below. And in this chamber, before you, you see a gently pulsing, glowing mirror, and a candle either side of that mirror. And you walk up to the mirror, and you reach out to touch the glass of the mirror. And the closer your hand gets to the glass, the more you start to hear this curious, gentle ticking noise. And as your hand touches the mirror, so you can feel a soft tingle through your fingertips, down your arm, up to your shoulder, and then deep down into your body as you move through the mirror. And the other side of the mirror, you find yourself in the most beautiful meadow, with the gentle scent of wildflowers, the soft rustling grass waving in the slow, undulating breeze. You see a paper lantern hanging from a wooden post in this meadow. And as you look around, you see another one in the distance, and another one equally spaced further beyond that. And you realize they must be marking out a path through this meadow. And you can still hear that soft, curious ticking. And as you gently turn around, you let your ears pinpoint where the ticking's coming from. And you help them to do that by letting the eyes close. And you orient yourself in the direction of the ticking. And you open your eyes and find that the ticking is coming from the direction of those line of lanterns. As you walk through this meadow, following that line of lanterns, the sweet scent of those wildflowers, a large bird flying overhead, caught in an updraft, surveying the landscape below. And you walk through this meadow, and then beyond the meadow into a pine forest, with that scent of pine wrapping around you, filling your senses. And you push yourself around the trees, feeling the bark of those trees under your fingertips, catching the sap on those fingertips, feeling its stickiness, and catching the scent of pine on your fingertips. and noticing that ticking, gradually getting louder, and yet still barely audible. And the deeper you go into this pine forest, the more relaxed you feel. And in the middle of the pine forest, you discover a cozy looking cabin. You walk up to the door of the cabin. You knock gently on the door of that cabin, and there's no answer. You put your nose to the window, gaze into the cabin. You don't see anyone home. You open the cabin door and say hello, and still no answer. And so you walk into that cabin, and it seems long deserted. You look at the dusty bookshelves, with just a handful of books remaining, some on their sides, some upright, some open, many being held together by cobwebs stretched across them. You open and look in the different drawers, and as you're looking in the drawers, your foot accidentally knocks the bottom of a cabinet, and with a click, a secret drawer in the base of this cabinet opens. And so you carefully pry that drawer open. And inside the drawer, you find an old book with an ornate cover. You take that book from the drawer. You sit yourself down in the gently dusty, cozy, comfortable chair by the old fireplace. You open that book, and you see in that book the different symbols and images, as if those symbols and images are telling a story. You turn through the pages, running your fingers over the text, running your fingers over the images, feeling the texture of the paper. And as you turn through those pages, eventually you reach page 100. And while running your fingers down page 100, a thought comes to mind: new beginnings. And as that thought comes to mind, so do the pages. They seem to dance to life. They seem to begin to glow and stretch like a hologram, weaving its way off the page, up into the air before you. Before that hologram opens out like a book opening, and then opens out away from you like unfurling a map, to create a 3D world before you, and you lower that book to the ground. As that 3D world lowers to the ground, and you stand up and walk into that 3D world, watching as the cabin around you seems to fade away, as this new world opens up before you. A world of curiosity and wonder. And you see in front of you a river running past, and a drawbridge open towards you. And on the other side of the river is a tall wall stretching either side of that drawbridge, stretching over the top of the gap the drawbridge pulls up into. And you walk across the drawbridge, and as you do, it rises up and shuts behind you. And you can hear that ticking still getting louder and louder. And you walk along a path laid out before you, hearing the gentle hoot of an owl in the distance, seeing a pocket of flowers with a hummingbird feeding, poking its head into one of those flowers, its wings buzzing imperceptibly fast. And you walk past those flowers. You walk into a curious forest with wide and tall trees. And you can hear somewhere deep in this forest the sound of a woodpecker pecking away. That sound echoing from all directions, hard to pinpoint its location. And you feel like something's watching you as you walk, almost like a guardian watching, checking you're keeping safe. As you walk deeper and deeper among the trees, and while walking through this forest, you hear the gentle rustle of the trees around you, as if they're moving, changing position. You have this sense out the corner of your eye, like you catch sight of something. And then you swing yourself around, and just for a moment, you're sure that these trees had faces. But the details of those faces blended back in with the trunks as you turned. And so you stop and you ask if there's someone there. And after a long pause, you notice one of the trees open their eyes, and in a low, deep voice, They say that they are all one. Their roots combine beneath the surface. This entire forest is one giant tree that's lived for thousands and thousands of years, that's been the guardian of this land. And it moves across the land so slowly, reaching out with those roots to a new location, growing up in a new location, and gradually stretching out, exploring the land, guarding the land, storing the knowledge of all those who've been here. And now they're here to support you on your journey. And if you carry on following the path you're on, following that ticking noise, you'll find what you're looking for. And they'll watch over you as you walk. And so you continue on through this land, weaving through the trees, feeling safe and secure. As that ticking gets louder and louder, and you find your way out to a river gently flowing by through the heart of the forest. You follow that river, following the ticking, finding your way to a water wheel stretched across a waterfall, attached to a tall stone tower. And you head down the side of that waterfall. And you look back at the water wheel, at the way it moves as the water flows. And the way it moves, it seems to lift the water and move the water, creating an empty space right beneath the water wheel. And so you crouch down. You weave yourself around that flowing water underneath the water wheel, and you find a narrow cave entrance. You crawl into that cave entrance, and inside this cave, it's illuminated with glowing crystals, and a turquoise glow of those crystals tinkles and hums around you. And that sound of the ticking reverberates through this cave. And in the heart of this cave, you find what looks like an hourglass. You pick up that hourglass, and as you do, the humming sound increases until suddenly there's silence. And it's as if everything has stopped. There's no sound of running water, no sound of ticking, no hum from the crystals, no sign of movement. and you find yourself just gazing at that hourglass and being curious about the stillness. And as you turn around, those turquoise crystals seem to fade and merge with your movement, as if turning stimulates them to reveal something beyond them. And you can see within the crystal walls the sight of that hummingbird mid-flight, the sight of butterflies and bees stationary in the air, leaves mid-fall to the earth, water mid-splash, a duck mid-flight, half in the water, with its legs trying to run, its wings stretched and curved. As time stands still. And you stop turning, and the crystal walls go back to being opaque crystals. And you examine the hourglass, and as you tip it over, so time begins again. And you place that into your pocket. You crawl your way out. You stand by the flowing water, the sound of that water wheel spinning and creaking its way around. You head back up to the forest, and the trees tell you you found what you're looking for. It's time to now begin to change state. And with that, you find yourself awakening on the cliff of that ravine. And you climb down and check your pockets and find in your pocket is an hourglass. And you place that in your backpack and pack everything else away. You have something to eat and drink. And in this early morning daylight, you see there's no easy way out of the ravine. And so you decide to just climb the face of the cliff. And in a very gentle and mindful way, with a sense of your mind being clear and focused, you begin ascending the side of the cliff. And you climb your way all the way to the top of the cliff. And at the top you stop for a break. You rest for a few moments, catching your breath, before continuing on into the woodland. And as you walk into the woodland, you start to hear this voice echoing gently in your mind, that there's a vast ocean of reality open for you to accept and explore. And you feel yourself being drawn in a specific direction, deeper into the heart of this woodland. And you trust yourself, and you follow your inner compass, because you know that this is a new beginning for you. That voice in your mind that's you yet not you, that's talking all by itself, is sharing deep wisdom, and that it's your role to listen. And so you follow that voice deeper and deeper into this woodland, and in the heart of this woodland you see a curious stone, and the surface of that stone, which looks like a very natural stone, seems to have a mosaic pattern etched into its heart. And in the center of that stone is a mark of a star. And you climb up onto the stone. You feel compelled to take that hourglass and place it down in the heart of this stone. And so you place that down into the heart of the stone. You turn it over and you watch as the sand begins to flow. And as the sands begin to flow, so time begins to shift. You watch as autumn gently moves to winter. As the surface of the grass around the stone gets touched by the soft wisps of frost, before becoming delicate and brittle as the air gently cools. And the trees shed the last of their leaves. And the branches rattle together in the breeze. And white clouds hug the sky. As the first gentle flakes of snow dance their way down to the ground below. Gentle wisps whipping up in the breeze, noticing a soft stream beginning to freeze. A rabbit exploring the crusty meadow, poking its nose through the grass. Birds landing, seeming to tap dance on the surface before plucking at worms. The once coloured environment turning shades of white and grey. The sound becoming more muted as snow covers the land. The air being so soft and cool with each breath in and out, and then becoming stiller and stiller as those sands flow through the hourglass, almost as if your hearing can hear each individual grain of sand as it piles up in the base of the hourglass, like time ticking by so gently, feeling a deep stillness setting into your mind and body. That body resting there so still that your mind almost forgets that it's there. The arms resting, relaxing, almost becoming a nothingness, with a nothingness setting in through the legs, the feet, deep within you. A stillness, a soft nothingness, just the most pleasant state of pure awareness of this passing world around you. And watching as some deer walk out into the meadow in the snow, the sound of those deer crunching through that snow, the gentle cracking of the ice on the edge of the stream as they stand on that ice, and then the sound of the bubbling of the stream, and the fresh scent of that pure water. As winter calmly gives way to spring and the snows begin to melt, and as the snow melts, so green comes back to the meadow, colour comes back to the trees, and the water flows into the stream, and that stream rises and bubbles and chugs its way along, churning up, bringing with it a certain freshness and calmness, as if the stream is like a stream of consciousness, washing away any negativity, any doubt, any worries, just leaving behind a cleansed self, a cleansed mind and body, like the coolness of winter, leaving your body, warming you with the gentle sun of spring. As new life begins to form in the meadow, new wild flowers begin to grow. Bees and butterflies waft their way in to that meadow, to those flowers. The breeze gently warms up, bringing warmth to your heart, to your soul. As you find around you, forming the heart of a passion flower that begins to infuse within you that passion for change, for growth, new understanding, new discoveries and new beginning, and learning more about yourself than you realized you knew. As this spring brings change and new beginnings, and the sound of a woodpecker echoes through the trees, and lavender rises around the base of some trees, the scent of that lavender wafting through the air. With each gust of the breeze, and bluebells begin to carpet the floor of the woodland around you, bringing the most beautiful purple hue to the base of that woodland, surrounded by the greens and the colours of the meadow, and that flowing stream, and watching as spring continues on, as a small duck family swims carefully down that stream, a row of ducklings like a necklace being carried by the water and led by those ducks as they quack their way past. Perhaps one duckling being curious and stopping for a moment, hanging back to explore something, before rapidly flapping its feet to catch up with the rest of the family to continue its journey. The sight of those deer again, only this time some young deer, feasting on the meadow grass, and young rabbits in the meadow, and catching a sight through the trees of some foxes playing and rolling around within the woodland. And the leaves of those trees growing broad and thick, filling the canopy with dense foliage, with barely any light able to make it through to the woodland floor. Just the occasional dancing shard of light creeping its way through when the breeze is just right. And noticing how the sand in the hourglass continues to drift and flow, deepening your focus. Almost like there's a connection between you and that sand, like a countdown in your mind. 500, 499, 498, 497, 496, 495, 494. Each number in your mind seeming more distant than the last, seeming to take you deeper and deeper into the experience, keeping you locked in this reverie, in this comfortably intense focus on the world passing around you, on this moment of deep understanding and connection, on this magical meditation with that hourglass. and that counting instinctively happening inside you, going deeper and deeper asleep with each count, even when you don't notice consciously that counting happening, just finding yourself absorbed in the moment, so deeply and comfortably. As spring explodes to life into summer, with overgrown grasses, reeds densely lining the stream, many birds flying around, singing in the trees, swinging around in updrafts overhead. An explosion of colour of the different wildflowers and different plants and trees with plants among the leaves. And the most beautiful patches of pinks and different coloured plants and dandelions and daisies. And finding yourself deeper and deeper absorbed in the summer, watching as all those young are now more used to their environment, more confident, like teenagers playing. And then watching the sands of time flow in the hourglass. As the sands flow to autumn, and the summer life calms down, takes a bit of a back seat. The leaves begin to fall to the floor. The air begins to cool. And things gradually approach the same environment you started with. And as autumn sets in and arrives back where you began, so that last grain of sand drifts from the hourglass. And then out of a haze before you, you see a tall, slender person wearing leather trousers, a frilly shirt, and a long leather jacket, with a narrow, long face, piercing eyes that you almost can't take your eyes off of. And as the sun sets, they seem to almost glow while walking towards you out of a haze, and the last of the sand passes. And your eyes are locked on this being that's walked towards you, and they stand before you with a kind and friendly face that looks like it's lived 1,000 lifetimes. And they explain that they're a vampire, and they've lived in these lands for thousands of years. And your experience with that hourglass is their lived experience of time. That when you live for thousands of years, every single year passes as if it's barely a day. And time can lose all meaning. But you have a lot of time to think, to explore, to learn and grow, to find new beginnings. And they're the one, during those thousands of years, who created that hourglass. They wanted to be able to share with somebody who'd be able to record their experiences, what it's like to experience life. When you live for an eternity, how you observe nature differently. And so they were able to use their psychic abilities to plant that into their dreams in such a way that they would be able to take something from their dreams into reality. And they're now like a living donor. They're able to take on that heart of a vampire and carry that with them and share that with the world. And all they want is for them to take on a new beginning, to write their story. Not their life story, but their story of what it's like to perceive the world differently. To live in a world that isn't designed specifically for you, where you don't quite fit in to the way things are done, where your perceptions are very different to others. And they hand you an empty book and they tell you, each night when you fall asleep and drift and dream, you can wake up with no memory of doing so and begin to write the story. And after you've written the section of story for the night, you'll drift back asleep again in the most pleasant way. And each and every night you'll awake and write without any awareness before drifting back asleep again, sharing the story, expanding your consciousness, exploring the world in a whole new way. And then they turn, and as they do, the haze forms. Their jacket wafts open with a flourish before swinging closed around them as they fade and disappear into the haze, leaving you sat there alone with that hourglass before you and a silence in your mind as your thoughts are now still. And nighttime sets in, and you watch as a shooting star sparkles across the sky. And you set up camp in this meadow. You relax into the tent. You know this is your last night here. You wonder if you'll begin writing today or wait until tomorrow when you get home. And you settle down in a tent, exploring the experience in your mind as you drift and float so deeply, so peacefully and comfortably asleep into slumberland. And you find yourself on a boat, riding on undulating waves, out in the middle of the ocean, the boat rising and falling with those waves. Sunlight glistening on the surface of the waves as that boat rocks gently left and right, rocking softly side to side in a way that begins to make you feel comfortable and sleepy. The kind of sensation of almost like being rocked to sleep. And while the boat rocks gently, bobbing on the water, and the occasional cloud passes across the sky, you gaze out across the ocean, and in all directions, you just see sea. And then you notice in the sky a glowing, like a shooting star. And you see a pulse around that glowing light. And then that point of light getting larger and larger, before at very high speed it splashes down into the water near the boat, and like the perfect diver, it barely makes a ripple as it splashes through the surface of that water and sinks deeper and deeper under the water. And you see behind it a streak of light, as if it's warming the water, and bubbles gently rising up from the path that's taking. Until it disappears so deep, so quickly it's out of sight, with just that streak still visible in the water, but dispersing, gradually fading as you look at it. And you're curious what that was. And so you head to your submersible that's on this boat. You maneuver it over the edge, You climb inside that, and you control it to begin to lower into the ocean. As it lowers through the surface of the water, watching the waves bob up and down across the windows, hearing the sound of the water pass the top, seeing some bubbles rise up around the submersible, hearing the ping of the submersible, as you begin to lower it down. And it lowers down, remaining tethered to the boat overhead, carefully lowering, relaxing down into that water, seeing shoals of fish swimming around, lowering down, seeing the way the sunlight passes through the water and dances with the waves overhead. As you continue lowering down deeper and deeper, and after a period of time, the light seems more like twilight. The sun barely visible overhead. You turn on the lights of the sub, illuminating your surroundings as you continue to descend, so calmly, so peacefully. At a nice, regular pace, descending deeper and deeper. And while you descend, you notice how the lights seem to almost get lost in the darkness, as the ocean here is now pitch black, and you see particles floating so gracefully in the light from the sub. The occasional fish swim past, almost like they're swimming in slow motion, and you continue descending. And after many hours, descending slowly, carefully, deeper and deeper, you begin to approach the bottom. And you're curious if whatever entered the water has even survived this far. But you continue to descend. And once you're down near the bottom, deep at this point in the ocean, you look through the windows as you gently turn and maneuver the sub. And you can see what looks like a gently glowing egg with a slight pulse of light. and you move that sub close to that egg. And you see that it's landed in a slight self-made crater, slightly wedged into the ground. As it continues, almost hypnotically, to pulse gently, where you find your eyes almost locked on that pulsing. And you continue to watch that egg. And that pulsing begins to speed up. And then you notice cracks forming around the shell of that egg, and light emanating from within the egg, almost like the light reflecting off a disco ball as it spins. And then, with a massive pulse, the sub shifts and rocks as the egg seems to explode. And in its place is a small dragon, surrounded by the water, almost like there's a pressure around that dragon, pushing in all directions, creating a bubble of air around where that dragon is, with the water vibrating and pulsing, and the sub vibrating and pulsing, and that young dragon stretching its wings for the first time before diving down into the seabed and seeming to burrow itself into the sea floor, with that filling in behind it, and the bubble of air vanishing, the water refilling that space, shattering the remains of the eggshell into tiny pieces. And then there's silence. And you sit in that silence for a while, just watching the empty ocean floor, curious about what you've just seen. Before rising back up towards the surface. And you take many hours to rise back to the surface. And back at the surface, it's now night time. And you rise your sub out of the water to the attachment above you. Climb out of that sub back onto the boat. Place that sub back in its place on the boat. Download the video footage of the experience. And then, with a nice drink, you sit watching the video of that experience. You even go through frame by frame, analysing what you saw, watching frame by frame as that egg explodes and seems to explode and fill a space with a pressure, making a bubble of air, seeing that dragon leave the egg, stretch its wings for the first time before diving down into the ocean floor. And you're curious where the dragon went and whether there's any way to find out or follow. And that night, you settle down in bed, still thinking about the dragon, and with the boat gently rocking, you drift peacefully and comfortably asleep. And while you sleep, you're awoken by a gentle, pulsing hum, and you open your eyes and you leave the bed and you walk around to find that hum, and you head out to the front of your ship. And in the front of your ship, you see what looks like a glowing portal beginning to appear, gently pulsing and humming as it begins to form and grow. And you start to see in that space what looks like some woodland. And after a short period of time, the portal expands and the view through the portal is clear. And you walk towards that portal. And you poke your head through the portal, looking at the view, but uncertain whether to pass through. And then you see a glowing in that woodland heading your way. And so you back up on the boat and just carry on watching for now. And that glowing gets closer and closer. Until you notice what looks like a phoenix. Its body flaming as it approaches. And then as it passes through the portal and onto the ship, the flames seem to almost sizzle and die down. And you see that it is a phoenix, and on the back of that phoenix is a little duck wearing what look like biker glasses pulled down over their eyes. And a steampunk outfit that clearly looks like it protects them from the heat of that phoenix. And they pop the glasses up onto their forehead. And they call over in a gentle voice. asking if you've seen anything strange here. And you ask them to define strange. And they say, have you seen anything perhaps fooling around? And you say that an egg fell from the sky, landed at the bottom of the ocean, and then it seemed to open. There was a dragon, then it disappeared into the ground. And they say that there was a rip through the multiverse, and the egg had passed through, and they had come to collect that egg. But now they'll have to come to try and get back that dragon, and that the dragon will have found a safe place to keep themselves while they're here. They probably sensed that there was a cave deep beneath the ocean, and that would be a safe place for them to go and hide. And this duck offers you the chance to go with them to rescue that dragon. And you agree that it's something to do. And it sounds like a curious experience to have. And so the duck heads off for a minute on that phoenix, and in what seems like almost no time at all, returns and throws you an outfit and says this will protect you and help you on your journey. And so you change into that outfit, climb onto the back of the phoenix. The duck sat just in front of you, and with a slight movement of their legs, the phoenix bursts into flames, flies back through the portal, and then a portal appears in front of them, and they fly through that portal. Only this portal takes them to a different location, and you can hear rumbling and see around the portal what looks like soil, as if you're burrowing through the soil. And there seems to be a bubble of portal around the phoenix. And you notice that the duck seems to have a small dial, a little bit like a clock, that they have in front of them, just rested on the neck of the phoenix. And they're twisting and manipulating that dial. And in doing so, they're manipulating the portals so that they can create one in front, one behind, and connect the two, like having a bubble, travelling along under the ground, with the ground passing through the portal at the front and out of the portal at the back, and them in the middle. And the duck explains they're searching under the ocean for the cave that dragon must be in. And after some time of searching, they come out into a gap and find themselves in the cave. And there's the gentle sound of the occasional drip of water. And the rock in this cave seems so tough. And the duck explains that dragons are normally born in fire, deep in the earth, their eggs surrounded by so much pressure. And normally they launch from volcanoes. The change in pressure ruptures the egg, signalling the birth of the dragon. And they explode out the egg in a protective casing which expands and protects them, pushing away, normally magma, as they form and spread their wings for the first time. And normally they burst out of that bubble, flying high above the magma, to take flight for the first time. But here, the pressure change must have triggered the egg to rupture. But on realizing they couldn't make it, the distance they'd have to make it out the top, they flew down. And dragons know chambers. And they have a kind of sense for such things. Almost like radar or sonar, some way of being able to see gaps in the earth. And so they will be in here somewhere. And as the phoenix, the duck, and yourself explore this chamber, eventually you find the remnants of the tunnel they created as they flew down into this chamber. And so you know you're on the right track. And you continue following and exploring. And you're curious when they find that dragon, how they'll get the dragon back to their usual location, whether they can create a portal that fits all of them through it at once. Because so far the portal seems to just be the size to fit the phoenix through, with the duck on its back. And in the distance, a deep rumble can be heard, the sound of the dragon breathing out fire. And they head towards that sound. And after a while, can see the gentle glow in the distance each time that dragon breathes out. And eventually, they catch up with the dragon, and the duck heads over to the dragon, explains what's happened and that they're not in the place they should be. And the dragon's trying to understand. And the duck heads to one of the walls and creates a portal against the wall, a portal back to that land. And the phoenix, with you still on it, walks over to that portal, and the duck encourages the dragon to head through the portal. And the dragon heads through that portal. The duck climbs back on the phoenix and says that it'll be easier to take you with them for now. They can take you back to your ship after they've dealt with this dragon. And so you all head through that portal, and you find yourself in this strange and mystical land where glowing orbs weave through the trees, where a moon in the sky seems to have a small second moon, almost like that moon is orbiting the moon. Where the stars are a dense patchwork of light and dust. And birds are singing the most beautiful yet different song to any they've known before. And in a clearing, the duck tries to explain to the dragon what happened. But the dragon's still young and doesn't really understand. And so the duck says that really they need to stay with the dragon. Make sure that it doesn't get lost. They need to reunite it with its mother. And the best way to do that would be for you to go and find the mother. And they hand you a small watch. They tell you to keep that with you. And when you want to return, it's programmed in to open a portal to their timepiece. And so if this dragon goes elsewhere, and so they're not here when you come looking for them, the portal will open to wherever they are, and you'll be able to find them straight away. And that portal will open wide enough for you to bring with you the mother dragon. And they hand you a map, a folded parchment. They tell you that on that map is marked the location where you'll find the dragon. But as the portal is only going to be able to open to this location, that's all that's programmed in to the watch, to make sure it's as easy as possible to get back here to wherever they are. You can't use it to travel anywhere else with the portal. So you're going to have to go on foot. And you're happy to do this, to explore a strange land in search of a dragon. And so you set off following that map. You head through the most beautiful orchard of trees with the sweetest of scents. you head down to a stream, and you see on the map that you need to follow the stream to the large river so that you can follow the river to the mountains. That it says that's the easiest way to get to your destination. And so you follow that stream, sound of the water bubbling gently alongside you. You notice the way the moonlight dances on the surface of the stream, like silver sparkles bouncing their way down that stream, weaving around stones and rocks. You can smell the cool, fresh scent of that water. And feel the gentle thud of each footstep you take, the sound of the feet carefully moving through the grass. As you walk following this stream that winds through woodland and out into a meadow, weaving among the wildflowers, against the most delicate blue backdrop of the night sky, with a deep sense of peace and calm. And eventually you start to hear in the distance the sound of more substantial flowing. And as you round a corner of a hill in this meadow, you see the stream meeting the river, and you follow that river, heading up towards its source. And currently it's too dark to see way off into the distance, but you feel you should push on. And so you follow this river. And after hours and hours of walking, you stop for a moment to rest. You relax on the bank of the river, just listening to it flow down the stream. Feeling a little bit of spray from the river from time to time. Seeing the gentle glowing orbs flying through the meadow, sometimes softly pulsing, sometimes just holding a gentle glow, other times the light going out for a moment and then fading back in again elsewhere a few moments later. And as you rest there, you gaze up at the night sky. You look at those two moons, the blanket of stars. You can make out the clouds passing across the sky. At points on the sky, they're illuminated by the moon. At other points, It's just an absence of stars that reveals their location. And as you gaze up at the sky, so your eyes want to close a moment, just to rest a moment, and you know you don't want to fall asleep. You've got an important job to do, but you just want to rest a moment. And so you close your eyes softly. And while your eyes close, you take some deep and comfortable breaths of the air. You listen to the sounds around you here. And as you breathe that air out, so you feel your muscles relaxing, your shoulder muscles, your chest, muscles down through your body. And you feel like each breath is breathing in peace and comfort. And it's almost like you're breathing out any stress or tension. And as you breathe in, so it's like breathing in that peace and comfort to your head, softening, relaxing the muscles around your forehead, around your ears, softening and relaxing around your eyes, your cheeks, the back of your neck. Breathing out any tension before breathing in more deep relaxation, softening the muscles around the jaw, relaxing the tongue, the lips, the eyelids, the nose, throat, relaxing down around your shoulders, deeper and deeper, even more calmly. And with each breath, finding yourself relaxing even deeper still. Relaxing the upper arms, the forearms, relaxing down to your hands, to your fingertips, down your upper back, around your chest, down your sides, down your lower back, down your stomach, relaxing the muscles down to your bottom and down into your legs, so easily and effortlessly, so deeply and comfortably, all the way down to the tips of your toes. Just feeling like this is the perfect moment to deeply relax for a while. But making sure to try really hard not to fall asleep, but instead to just relax deeper and deeper. In preparation for making the rest of your journey. And still being able to hear that water softly flow by, almost as if thoughts and worries, any stresses and strains, are drifting down the river, mixing with the water, passing through from you into the world around you. helping you become more relaxed. And when you feel suitably relaxed, your mind wants to drift into a reverie, and you try to fight for a moment from drifting into that reverie because you know you've got a job to do. But you also know that looking after yourself is important. So if your mind and body is saying relax, then you should listen to that, because it probably needs to relax before you continue your journey. Maybe it knows something that you don't about your experience. And so as you continue to relax, you drift into that reverie in your mind, and you find yourself exploring a labyrinth. And this labyrinth seems ancient, with tall pillars and archways. And you see around this labyrinth a red thread demonstrating that somebody has been here before. And so you follow that red thread around the labyrinth, curious where it'll take you, hopeful that it'll take you to the exit. And you follow that thread, left and right, right and left, a left, then a left, then a right, then a left, then a right, then a right, then a left, then a right, deeper and deeper into the experience. And you don't give any thought to the directions you're walking. You're just trusting the thread, following that thread through the experience, until eventually you see a light at the end of the tunnel. You head out of that light. Notice you've headed out of the side of a cliff, overlooking a valley, a lake in the distance, undulating hills, green grasses, woodland. And you see in that valley an archer practicing, shooting a target. And you just hang back and watch. You see there are other men with them, and they seem like a curious bunch. And after watching them for a while, you head along the edge of the cliff, finding your way away from those men to explore your own path. And as you explore, you wander into the woodland here. And the curious thing about the trees in this woodland are the sounds of tinkling bells they make as the wind blows a breeze. And you cut through this woodland, and notice a clearing through the woodland. you find your way out into that clearing. And in the clearing, you see 3 unicorns munching on some grass. And you try and sneak closer, trying not to startle those unicorns. You try and sneak closer, creeping low in the grass, before accidentally stepping on a twig, startling those unicorns, 2 of which run off, and the third seems to be so startled that it seems to fart a cloud of rainbow dust, launching it into the air. As it begins to create a path of rainbow beneath its feet, galloping on those rainbows, before turning round, realizing you're no threat, and very slowly and carefully walks its way down its rainbow path back down towards the field, joining the other 2 unicorns and settling down and continuing to eat the grass. But you see in this field a signpost. And on that signpost are 2 arrows. One arrow saying "not this way." One arrow saying "this way." And you wonder which arrow you should follow. And then you read a sign that's on the ground at the foot of the arrows. And the sign says, "At least one of these arrows is incorrect." And so you look back at the arrows, and then you work out the one to follow, getting an aha moment. And you follow a faint footpath, walking through the meadow, until you hear a distant sound of purring. And as you approach that purring, it gets louder and louder. And you see that what at first you thought was a boulder is actually a massive, fluffy, sleeping cat, its fur vibrating with the purr. And you walk over towards that cat, and the cat, wrapped up into a ball sleeping, is significantly taller than you are. And you approach the cat, and you try and get its attention quietly and carefully. You even gently touch its fur, feeling that vibrating, purring fur, as the purring seems to almost soothe and pass into you. Excuse me, you still try and get its attention. And eventually, in a very sleepy way, it opens an eye and glances in your direction. And it seems totally unfazed by your presence, as if it had probably heard you the first time. It was just more focused on sleeping deeply and relaxing than opening its eyes and engaging with you. And then, in a way that makes you think that it's thinking, oh, this is so much effort, it raises its chin, turns its head over, rests its chin back down, so it's now facing and fully looking at you, points its ears in your direction, and in a gentle and deep voice, asks you what you want. And you say that you don't really know. You're here and you must be here for some reason. You just don't know where here is and what that reason is. And it tells you that you'll know when you find it. Just continue along the right path. And then it closes its eyes and takes a deep breath and seems to almost drift back to sleep. And a part of you feels like it's being overdramatic to prove a point. As the sun sets low on the horizon and your shadow stretches way behind you, you continue walking on your journey. And then you see something that you know must be the thing that if you see it, you'll know it. You see the most beautiful and yet minimalist and simple structure. And you head towards that structure. And above the structure entrance is just the word sanctuary. And so you walk into that structure. And as you do, you deeply feel that sense of sanctuary. Like a release of tension, a release of all things you'd want to get rid of, as if they're left behind at the entrance. And in this sanctuary, the walls seem to be talking to you, almost as if they're echoing back your inner self, as if they start echoing back, letting go, letting go. That's it, letting go. And you don't fully understand them, but it does seem like it's echoing back something from deep within, as if something's pulsing from your heart through your head and projecting out to the walls and reflecting back from the walls. in a healing way, wrapping you in a cocoon of well-being, like a loving hug, and just the slight echoey words, letting go, letting go, feeling that deeply within you, letting go. And you feel that in the most meaningful way that you can always keep that in mind, letting go. As you find yourself sitting cross-legged in the center of this sanctuary, those words echoing around inside you and outside of you. Almost like a mirror being held up before you. And you feel that sense of this place enveloping you, beginning to merge with your consciousness. As you find the gentle sound of the river returning, and the reverie beginning to fade away, having found the healing answers for you in a way that was so easy and effortless. Awakening on the side of that river to continue following that river to its source. And eventually, after many hours, arriving at the foot of a mountain, continuing to follow that river up through this mountain, weaving at first and becoming more narrow and narrower and narrower. Before ending at a waterfall, and so you have to climb up the side of that waterfall, and you ascend the side of that waterfall, the spray catching your face. You scramble over the top of the waterfall, the river now more powerful, but no wider than a stream. Like a stream of consciousness flowing down and filling the land. And you follow that stream. And you can see high in the mountain, among the snowy tops, what looks like an arched stone tunnel. And with hard work, you eventually reach that tunnel. You see that this river seems to flow from within the tunnel. And you walk along the side of the water into that tunnel. And it almost seems to be shaped like an igloo in the mountain. And you head through the tunnel and come out into an enormous, domed, cathedral-like space. And in the heart of this space is a giant dragon with glistening skin, breathing deeply and so comfortably. and you approach that dragon. And the dragon notices you and stands up, towering way above you. Its long neck and long tail and wide wings, making it seem like a giant dinosaur with almost tree trunk legs. And you look up high towards the dragon's head. You show the watch as you talk, so that they know where you've come from. You explain about the egg. You tell the story of that egg falling from the sky, of finding the newborn dragon. And this mother dragon goes to leap up into the air, to launch through the ceiling of this chamber. But you explain, you can make a portal that'll get you to where they need to go. And so the dragon crouches forward to invite you to climb on their back. You scramble up a wing, up onto its back. You hold on tight. It launches up towards the ceiling, striking the ceiling with its neck, shattering the roof to this chamber, flying out of the chamber high above the mountain. And you watch as below, you see that roof fill back in again and seem to fuse with light, as if weaved together with strands of electricity. You then press the watch and it projects a portal in front of yourself and the dragon, an enormous portal in the sky. And the dragon flies through that portal, and down in a clearing you can see the phoenix, the duck, and the young dragon. And it flies down, thuds to the ground, leans into that young baby dragon, which walks over towards them. And the baby dragon rests its head and neck on the neck of the mother dragon. They both seem to be making a low, growling, almost purring sound from their throats, as if connecting and bonding in some way. And you climb down and slide down the wing of the dragon and jump down to the ground and head away from the dragons and over towards the phoenix and the duck. And you watch them bonding for a while. Then they start making sounds to each other like talking, like pulses of noise. Before the mother launches up into the air, the child follows. The mother looks back, and then they fly off. And the duck says, "You'll probably want to get back to your ship now." And so you head over to the duck and the phoenix, The portal is created for you. You walk through that portal and find yourself on the ship. You change out of the clothes. You thank them for the experience. The portal closes behind you, and you sit there for a moment, everything feeling a bit bland. Like the come down after doing something exciting. And knowing no one would believe you if you tried telling anyone about the experience. You head into the ship and you see that almost no time has passed. Despite feeling like you spent the best part of a day having that experience. And so you prepare for continuing your journey in your ship. You'd stopped here initially just to rest and get some sleep before continuing your journey, having just a day of floating, not having to do much. But you know that you're going to continue your journey across the ocean, and you'll put your sub to the use it was supposed to be, which was to lower it down to explore an ancient monastery thought to have been a monastery in Atlantis. And you get out an ancient book made with ancient parchment. You look at the maps, the diagrams, and you wonder whether it'll compare to your current experience, whether it really will be a monastery from Atlantis. Then you close the book. You know that's an adventure for tomorrow, wondering whether it'll follow the adventure from today, whether it'll stand up to today's adventure. Maybe there's more to the world than people see. And you have a hammock hanging in the corner of the room. And you decide to sleep in the hammock. You lie down in that hammock, the hammock gently rocking with the boat. And you rest there in that hammock, exploring the experience you just had in your mind, while drifting deeper and deeper asleep, and being curious as you start to get hints of that labyrinth in your mind. Only this time, you don't go to a labyrinth in your mind. You go to somewhere when you now sleep and dream, so much more pleasant, calming and relaxing, and deeply healing for you. As you rest and relax and drift asleep peacefully into slumberland. And the ship bobs up and down on the ocean waves, as they undulate beneath that ship, rising the waves, descending the waves, sometimes splashing through the waves, those waves breaking on the front of the ship, the spray slapping the seafaring squirrel barnacle in the face as they hold on and excitedly steer around this storm. And the storm whips up that sea air, the dark clouds spiraling overhead, the rain lashing on the deck of the ship. The monkeys climbing the masts, managing the sails. And monkeys taking cover in the barrels, tied to the deck of that ship. And yet the squirrel excitedly cheers into the storm, waving their hat in the air. Knowing that they'll beat this storm, and they can enjoy the calm ocean when the storm passes. As the ship continues to rock and roll, and the wood continues to creak, and water continues to splash onto the deck, a taste of that salty sea air, of that spray mixed with rain, the distant and low rumbling and cracking of thunder, the eerie illumination of lightning flickering through the clouds. And after many hours, the storm eventually begins to calm down. The monkeys come out of those barrels. They survey the ship, set to business making repairs and fixing the things that were broken during the storm, fixing the sails. As the ship bobs gently on the calm ocean, with that storm fading into the distance, and Barnacle heads into the captain's cabin to sit down with his parrot Bill for a cup of tea. And he enjoys that cup of tea while surveying his notebooks and the maps. To check that they're still on course for the island they're trying to find. Barnacle calls in the first mate, Legolas, the three-legged iguana, to come and take a look at the maps, to get their take on those maps. And Legolas looks at the maps and walks around the maps and flicks open a really old science magazine. And scans down a page in that magazine. And in that magazine looks at some long-lost ruins, and then looks back at the map and says that that one island looks like it might have some of the features that are in the image from the science magazine. So that's the island to head for. And they're travelling across ocean, where there's hundreds of small islands dotted across the map. And trusting Legolas, Barnacle heads back out onto the deck. They can see a rainbow behind them in the direction of the storm, and the low sun casting the most beautiful golden light across the sea out before them. They start to head towards the sun. And they make slow progress at first, until all of the sails are repaired. And once all of those sails are repaired, they stretch them all out, and the ship powers along. Barnacle steering towards that island. And as they near the island, they slow down and they see some dolphins come alongside the ship, leaping over the bow waves of the ship. They see a narwhal reaching the water before diving back down. And then they see that island coming into view. The greens of the trees, the golden sand. Rolling hills. And they drop anchor a short distance from the island. And Barnacle gets in a small sailing boat. It's lowered down to the sea and rows gets in a small rowboat, is lowered down to the sea and rows over to the island, and rows the boat up onto the beach, jumps from the boat onto that golden sand, takes a look at the map, chooses the direction to head, and sets off into the heart of this island. And it doesn't take them long. On entering the forest on the island, listening to the sounds of the forest birds, seeing the most beautiful birds in the trees, to see on the forest floor ancient ruins being reclaimed by nature. And they continue following that map. The sounds of the leaves rustling overhead, the rustling of each footstep through the undergrowth, the way the light of the sun flickers through those leaves, its golden setting sunlight, casting the softest shade. And as the sun sets, so Barnacle sets up a camp here in the forest. Lights a campfire and enjoys something to eat and drink. Hears the sounds change as night time sets in. Before drifting gently and peacefully asleep. And during the night, Barnacle hears a sound, a gentle rustling coming from within this forest. And so he leaves the tent. He follows that sound, heading deeper into the forest. In the pitch black, barely able to see the outline of the trees. Hearing the wind rustle through the leaves overhead. And then seeing a gentle, ghostly glow coming from deep in this forest. And on approaching that ghostly glow, seeing that it looks like a goat walking among the trees, and the movements of the goat's mouth make it look like it's screaming. Except that there's no sound coming from its mouth. It's just a faint hum like the sound of bells coming from that apparition as it moves among the trees. But it still looks like it's screaming. And Barnacle approaches, and it's as if that ghost doesn't notice them or acknowledge them. They get right up next to it. It seems to be almost like it's on autopilot. And Barnacle gets around in front of that goat and looks straight into its eyes. And it looks like it's screaming straight at them. And then Barnacle reaches out and touches that apparition. And it sends a slight tingle through their body, as if there's something there, or at least the energy of something there. But as they touch it, that contact makes them hear it, and in their mind, they can hear it screaming. And it's only when they touch it and can hear it that it seems to look at them, as if it now notices them, as if that contact has made them share realities. And they stop screaming for a moment. And Barnacle asks them who they are and why they're screaming. And they explain that they're a screaming goat, that in life all they did was screamed. It's an evolutionary survival mechanism. Yes, it means they can be heard, but it's such an unbearable scream that nothing goes anywhere near them. The trouble is, it can be very lonely when you scream all the time. And they say that nothing ever truly disappears from this world. It just transforms. And the only way that Barnacle can hold any conversation is by remaining in physical contact. And the screaming goat explains that they just follow almost a program of behavior now that they're just here as energy. But there is one being here that they may find interesting. And that is the hexagon. And it's a like a dragon but with many wings. And those wings beat in a pattern, almost like a wave passing down their body. With the front two wings flapping down, and as they go down, just after that, the next two wings go down, and then the next, and the next, and the next. By the time the last two wings descend, the first two wings are rising up, and they rise up at a slight angle, cutting through the air. And they've got a long body, a slender body and a long, whip-like tail. And they've got long fur that starts near their ears, travels down their neck, and flows off beneath the front two wings. And they have 4 legs, almost like the legs of a lizard, and a long snout. And they let out large bursts of golden flames. And you always know when one's nearby, because they sniff in before their burst of flames, and so you hear that sharp, deep sniff sound as they take in vast amounts of air. And then they let out that burst of flame in pulses, that almost sound like a tee-hee-hee-hee-hee sound. And they are some of the oldest creatures here. And there's one in this area. And so Barnacle continues to explore and listen, listening out for any unusual sounds. And they frequently stop and stand in silence. Just listening, sometimes almost holding their breath and closing their eyes to really focus on the individual sounds in this forest. And they wonder whether it would be better to head back to camp and wait until morning. But they feel awake now. And as they continue exploring, they see something just almost at the corner of their eye. Something there, but almost unseen in the darkness, like a shadow against the night, swinging left and right, almost hypnotically swinging left and right, and they get closer and closer. And they don't feel like there's much wind. And so they don't feel like this swinging is something being blown in the wind. And as they get nearer and nearer, they realize it seems like something unusual hanging from the tree. And their eyes are now reasonably well adapted to the dark, and yet they still can't see much. But they can see some glowing eyes, almost piercing blue, with gentle purple pulsing around the blue eyes. And those blue eyes are at the end of whatever is swinging. And they stop and watch. And then they realize it's a feather boa. One of the rarest types of snakes that you can see. A snake that's covered in downy feathers, overlaid with the most beautiful, iridescent, peacock-like feathers. And it's just swinging from the tree, like a pendulum, swinging left and right, left and right. And as it notices Barnacle, so it stops swinging, raises its head up, gets its head to the same height as Barnacle's head, and in an almost hypnotic voice begins to talk to Barnacle, and its movements and its stare seem to lock Barnacle's attention, almost as if it's hypnotizing Barnacle. And Barnacle feels themselves becoming very still, very focused. Even in this darkness, they feel like their peripheral vision is getting even darker. They feel a deep sense of calmness setting in through their body. As this feather boa talks to them in the most friendly but deep and meaningful way. You seem like you're out late. You're not from this island. You're exploring to see what you can find. You're in search of ancient ruins, to find something left behind. And you're searching for the cherry trees, the ones hidden deep within, that are perched within a rock garden with an elaborate stone figurine. And that garden is deeply tranquil, containing the most delicate etchings. And you're searching for the hexagon. To find that which is within. And they share that they can actually help if you'll let them access your mind with a two-way connection. And Barnacle feels that, from what they were saying, they probably already had access to their mind. It felt like they were reading their mind already. But the feather boa said that you just have to rest one foot gently on their neck. And Barnacle does that, and instantly gets a flash of the island as this feather boa sees it. Almost like a view of the island in infrared, where the darkness isn't a problem, and they see in different shades of blues and reds a very different type of view of this island. But because they can see in infrared, they can see the heat signature of where that hexagon has been. And so they think the feather boa. They decide it would be sensible to safely make their way back to camp, find their way where they've got to go in the morning when it's lighter. Back at camp, they rest back down and once again drift peacefully asleep. And while drifting asleep, they ponder the journey tomorrow. And as they drift and fall asleep, they imagine themselves in an unusual world, a land of giant creatures. And they're flying on the back of a giant dragonfly, a bit like flying on a dragon, steering and weaving that dragonfly above a vast lake, weaving around and dodging other giant dragonflies, dodging large falling rocks, passing beneath floating islands, towering waterfalls, some tumbling from those floating islands and rumbling down beside them, and the dragonfly's reactions so quick as they dart and turn and weave and dive down in front of a waterfall, power through the spray at the foot of the waterfall, exploding out of that spray at high speed, racing their way down a river, weaving between boulders rising from the water. Before turning into forest, and at high speed, powering through that forest, Barnacle feeling like they're just on for the ride, as the dragonfly flies rapidly, dodging the trees, coming out into a clearing, flying so fast over the clearing, leaving a wake in the grass behind them, catching the tops of some dandelion, which explode up into the air. The scents of the meadow filling Barnacle's senses. And then that dragonfly, flying rapidly at a glowing blue portal, passing into that portal, and then disappearing as they roll and land on the ground the other side of the portal. And as they look up, they find that they seem to be standing on the moon, only the moon is slightly soft. And every movement releases a gentle cloud, and they realize this is a mush moon, like a giant mushroom, a giant fungus floating in space, so large it has its own gravity, its own atmosphere, and with every step, puffs of spores gently rise from the surface and float in the air. And each spore carries the delicate sound of a tinkling bell. And as the spores interact, so the tinkling bells interact and sing together. And Barnacle walks around the moon. You can smell that mushroom scent from this mush moon. And can see a planet down below, with this moon gently circling that planet, and that planet being full of so much water, barely any land and giant ice caps. And as they walk around the moon, so they see a bit of broken off mushroom, and they climb into that bit of mushroom, like a ball of mushroom, and gently roll around the moon, pushed softly by the breeze, rolling inside that ball of mushroom, so soft to touch. Until they see what looks like a cave in the distance, and they roll in the direction of that cave. And when it's near the cave, they tilt back a little, bringing their bull to a halt. They scramble their way out. They wander into the cave to explore it. They call out into the cave, their voice muffled by the soft walls of this mushroom cave. But they hear a noise in this cave. And so as they walk into the cave, following that noise, they encounter a dog. And it's a really friendly dog. And it introduces itself. As Milton. And Barnacle sits down and begins to talk with Milton, asking Milton about this place, saying that to them this is just a dream, but it feels so real and lucid. And Milton says this isn't just a dream. This is so much more than a dream. This is a deep state of reality buried within your consciousness. And the dog says that perhaps their dad will be able to explain it better. And the dog heads off and says, just sit there and meditate for a moment while I go and find my dad. My dad will be hidden around here somewhere. He likes to hide away, where he can be alone with his thoughts, exploring his consciousness, exploring the deeper natures of reality. But I'll go seek him, and when I find him, I'll return. But for now, just stay here and meditate. And Milton places something on the ground, flicks a switch, and a gentle light emanates from that object. And Barnacle gazes at that light, while Milton wanders off. And as Barnacle gazes at that light, they notice a gentle pulse within the light. They feel their breathing synchronizing with that pulsing, and that pulsing softly slowing down. And they find their peripheral vision gently fading away, as all that fills their attention is that soft light, to the point that they can almost feel delight as they gaze at it. And their breathing continues to slow. And while they gaze at the light, they have this sense that the light is containing numbers from 600, 599, 598, 597, and they feel themselves almost instinctively beginning to count down those numbers. 596, 595, 594, 593, going deeper and deeper. 592, 591, 590, 589. And as they count those numbers, 590, 592, they begin to lose their place. And so they pick up after their mind has wandered a moment with where they last remember counting. 590, 589, 588. And every time they lose their place and can't remember the number they were on, whether it was perhaps 589 or 588 or 591 or 593 or 582, they lose their place. And focusing deeper and harder and more effortlessly, they carry on counting from where they last remember, finding themselves almost absorbed in what seems like a puzzle or some kind of game to them, to try in vain, to try really hard in vain, to count down, all the way down. And they really try to hold their focus enough to not let the mind wander and drift and dream and float elsewhere, distracted by losing count of those numbers. They really try to do that. And the harder they try to count, the more their eyes get heavier. And the more their eyes get heavier and heavier, and those eyelids want to close, the more they find themselves drifting into that game, trying so hard to do well at that game, until their eyes close and they find themselves lost in thought, find themselves exploring the most beautiful landscape, rolling green meadows, filled with magnolia trees, with the softest, silkiest flowers. And they find touching those petals so hypnotic, so relaxing, so deeply tranquil, like they're connecting with some aspect of themselves that's deeper than they've ever gone before. And then they hear a voice in their mind, beginning to bring them back to the moment. And as they open their eyes, the light has been turned off, but the light remains. And before them is Milton and his dad. And he introduces his dad and says, "This is Eric. And my dad has been here for such a long time. He can explain to you the secrets of this place. This is a deep part of you, of your mind. It's somewhere to explore, and everything here is in the form of a metaphor. And so, Eric begins to guide Barnacle through a meditative process. They tell Barnacle to gaze back into delight, to absorb yourself in delight. And as you absorb yourself in delight, you can listen to the sound of my voice. And while you listen to the sound of my voice, you can just say what you see. And Barnacle explains that what they see is a lamb sleeping in a bed, and the bed is made of rice, and the rice is floating on a lake of perfectly still water. And as it floats on that lake, it turns gently in the water. The lamb resting and sleeping on that bed. The moonlight beating down silvery glow, illuminating the landscape with that silvery glow. The moonlight sparkling on the surface of the water. The deep blue in the night sky surrounding the moon. The dark green of the nighttime leaves of bushy trees around the lake. The faintest gentle sound of the water lapping on the shore of the lake. And that lamb breathing so calmly, so relaxed in bed. And Eric guides Barnacle deeper. Says just take a moment to connect with the lamb's thoughts. Imagine yourself becoming one with the lamb. What's the lamb dreaming about? And Barnacle focuses in the most comfortable way, synchronizing their breathing with the lamb's breathing. And as they do, they begin to see inside the lamb's mind. And the lamb is in a field on a beautiful spring day. And the lamb is munching away on some grass, almost lost in thought. And next to the lamb is the mother. And from time to time, the lamb will look up and just count how many of those other sheep are in this field with them. 1, 2, 3, counting those sheep. But every now and then the mother will get in the way, or the sheep will move, and the lamb will start counting again and have to pay even more attention to counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, becoming deeper and deeper absorbed. And then the mum says to the little lamb, "It's okay, you don't need to try and count the sheep. I can tell you now, there's 100 of us here in this field." And so the lamb ignores the mum and decides to check 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, going deeper and deeper, absorbed in the counting. 94, 93, 92, nope, someone's moved. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96. And so Barnacle observes that the lamb is counting to check how many sheep are in the field. And Eric guides Barnacle deeper and deeper into the experience, until there's a moment of clarity where Barnacle sees what looks like a queen. Somebody wearing a crown, gracefully walking towards him. And he notices, as they're walking towards him, the landscape around them changes to a court. And he finds that he's kneeling within this court and the queen is approaching. And the queen walks right up to him and places a chain around his neck. And on that chain is a symbol. And she looks at him and says, "You're now ready." And with that, he begins to drift back from that meditation. And Eric says, "Now, you're ready." And the mush moon begins to fade. And he hears the morning sounds in the forest and opens his eyes to the dappled light gently dancing on his tent. He leaves the tent and smells the fresh air. He packs everything away and begins to continue exploring this forest. And as he explores the forest, he listens out for that hexagon. And eventually he thinks he can hear it flying high overhead. And he still has some residual abilities from that feather boa. And through the trees, he can see the faint sign of a heat signature. And he keeps his eyes on that spot while navigating through the trees to a clearing. And in the clearing, he calls down that hexagon, which flies down gracefully, lands before him, and that powerful creature walks in thuds along the ground. And Barnacle heads over to the hexagon And on the back of the hexagon is a saddle, and the hexagon glances at Barnacle and his back. And so Barnacle jumps on the back of the hexagon, and it launches in the air, its wings flapping, its body gently undulating as it flies. And it seems to instinctively know where it's going. And it flies beyond the clearing. It flies over tall hills to the far side of the island. And near the far side of the island, it lands beside some old ruins of an ancient Roman aqueduct. And water's still passing along that, but as its ruins, the water's just pouring like waterfalls off the end of the ruins. And these ruins have been like this for so long. There's a pool beneath both sides, where water falls down and has been eroding the ground. And in the centre of this aqueduct, which has 2 rows of flowing water, is an entrance into the hill. And the entrance has a stone doorway with a worn and weathered wooden door. And Barnacle opens the door and walks through that door into the hill. But inside the hill, instead of finding darkness, they find the most beautiful rock garden. And surrounding the rock garden are bright yellow daffodils, the scent of which wafts into Barnacle's nostrils. And in the centre of this rock garden is a stone figurine. And at the foot of the figurine is an etching. And the etching seems to be some symbols. And Barnacle explores that etching and recognises the stone figurine as being that queen, and touches near his neck and finds that that chain is still around his neck. There's a symbol that matches the etching. And so he walks around the back of that stone figurine, and behind the legs of the figurine, tucked just up against the heels, is a jewellery box. He takes off that chain. He places the etching within what looks like a keyhole, and as he twists it, it turns and clicks, and the jewellery box pops open. And as it pops open, so a small figure rises up tinkling music begins, and that figure dances to the music. And beneath the figure is a small folded letter. And Barnacle takes that letter, reads the letter, and finds that it shares about this place, about a magical bubble surrounding this island, where dreams come true. And so Barnacle sits beneath one of the cherry trees here in this garden, reading the writing in that letter. Learning that there is no physical treasure as they had thought they'd be seeking. The treasure is the island itself, the magic that it holds, its ability to expand consciousness, that the experience on that mush moon and the experience here are all connected, just different layers of consciousness. And he folds that letter back up and places it back into the jewellery box, and places the jewellery box back in place. And as he places that back and pushes it back against the heels of the stone figurine, so something falls from within the crown of the figurine and lands at his feet. And he picks that up. And it's a small egg-shaped container. And he carefully opens that egg-shaped container. And inside, he finds a small model of some scales and some writing around the model, saying everything balances out. And this special surprise is just for him to take. And inside that egg is a rolled up bit of paper explaining it's a gift from the land to remind him of his connection to this place. And on the other side of that rolled up paper is a series of words which, if read, will trigger that meditation, psychically bringing him back to here. And he leaves this space, and he gets a lift back on the hexagon, all the way back across the land, back to the beach he started on. It thuds down onto the soft white sand. He dismounts, pushes his boat back out into the water, scrambles into the boat, rows back to his ship. And back on his ship, he begins his journey home. Legolas asking him what his journey was like, if he made any discoveries. And Barnacle explains he found himself. And he places the scales on the edge of his desk, sits back in the captain's chair with a cup of tea, and ponders that experience, knowing he's got many weeks of journey to get home. And as nighttime falls and the ship gently rocks, he writes up his log of his journey, writing in detail about his experience before settling down in bed, enjoying the gentle rocking of the ship, almost rocking and lulling him to sleep. As he begins to drift and float, so peacefully and so comfortably relaxed asleep, into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, the girl is out exploring. She's walking through a meadow on a beautiful summer's day. Some fluffy clouds passing overhead. The sounds of summer songbirds. The warmth of the sun beating down onto her cheeks. The sight of bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. Just absorbing herself in her own thoughts while she walks. The sound of her feet moving through the grasses. That slight rustling sound. The dull thud of each footstep. The gentle tickle of the grasses against her legs. The occasional breeze blowing across the top of the meadow. As her mind drifts and floats gently into a reverie. Then jumps softly, meandering, from focusing on roaming through the meadow to being lost in thought, in the most pleasant dreams. And she wanders through this meadow, heading towards a very straight canal that cuts through the landscape. Eventually arriving down by the canal, ambling along the bank, along one side of that canal, the gentle waves lapping on the shore, the light of the sun glistening and dancing on the surface of the water. Dragonflies darting around and hovering above that water. The occasional person on a canoe heading down the canal. And the sight of some long canal boats moored up at the sides of the canal. And she follows this path along the bank, passes some dog walkers, and heads into woodland as the canal cuts through this woodland. The trees rustling around her, the mottled light dancing before her. And in the canal, she can see many families of ducks and their ducklings just swimming around in their rows. Sometimes the little ducklings getting distracted and having to dash to catch up with the group. And the occasional swan gracefully traversing that canal. And yet she continues walking, enjoying the atmosphere, unsure exactly where she's going. But curious what she'll discover on the journey and when she gets there. And while walking along the canal, she encounters locks, and she stops and watches as a lock is opened and a boat moves into the lock and it's closed behind the boat. And then the water is carefully drained out as that boat lowers down. And then the front of the lock is opened. And the boat continues its journey. Just as the girl continues her journey. Walking along with almost a skip to her step. Not a real skip, but that kind of skip you do when you're walking along and you're enjoying what you're doing. And And while continuing along through this wooded area, she sees a stag at the edge of the woodland, which stops eating and glances up at her. And it carefully watches as she passes by. Almost remaining motionless, just following her with its eyes. And she watches it back. And as she clears that stag, so it resumes its eating. As she resumes her walking and passes out the other side of the woodland, continuing along in the sunlight. And alongside the canal, are large open fields, and she sees in one of the fields what looks almost like an army of chicks chirping in the field, chowing down on grain. And continues on and sees all the chickens enjoying the food, enjoying the sunlight. And she continues walking, and while walking passes a field of cows. One glancing up, giving a deep moo, before continuing to eat. And she walks through the day. And the sun begins to set. And while the sun seems to slowly set over the horizon, so the colour of the sky in the distance begins to turn shades of pinks and reds, while the sky behind her takes on a rich, dark blue hue. And the stars in the sky begin to turn on one at a time, jumping to life. Then she watches as those stars turn on in the sky. And she sees before her a small cottage near a lock along the canal. And there are cosy lights on in the cottage. Shrubberies in the garden. And some lights dotted through the garden that are solar powered and emit just a very low level of light to give the garden a gentle glow. And she opens the gate, closes that behind her, walks up to the front of the house, rings the doorbell. and a friendly old lady answers the door and invites her in. And the girl enters this cozy cottage. And she apologizes for running a little bit late, but says that the walk was so nice and relaxing. She just found herself lost in thought, and she wanted to take it all in and enjoy the journey to the cottage. And the old lady says that's perfectly fine. She's here now, and asks if she's hungry. And the girl says that she is feeling a little peckish. And the woman says she's prepared some soup and homemade crusty bread. And she gets taken through to a dining room, and on the dining room table is what looks almost like a swimming pool of soup. Just a giant bowl of soup. And the soup has just gentle wisps of steam rising from it. And she says this soup is a secret recipe. It's an ancient recipe that's been passed down through her family for generations. From even before the family built this cottage. And the cottage was built about 400 years ago. And she stirs the soup with a ladle, and the girl finds it almost mesmerizing, watching that soup gently turn, noticing the weight and the thickness of the soup. And then she tootles off to the kitchen and comes back with a wooden board of bread, places it down on the table. As a waft of the scent of the freshly baked bread tickles the inside of the girl's nostrils and dances around her senses, as her mouth responds to the smell of that bread. And then the elderly lady cuts up that bread into slices, places some onto a plate, hands it to the girl, and she puts it down beside her, then hands her a bowl and tells her to help herself to the soup. And she takes that ladle and gently stirs the soup before lifting some up and pouring it into the bowl, watching it slop into the bowl, bounce gently around the side of the bowl, flowing within that bowl, before settling softly in place. And then the lady does the same and sits opposite the girl and asks her how her walk was and what she's been up to, if she's seen anything interesting, while they gently eat the soup and the bread, dunking the bread into the soup, finishing the bowl of soup, having felt the warmth of that soup gently pass down through the body, softening, relaxing, calming the body, and then wiping around the bowl with some bread. And the lady says, "You can have some more." And she feels deeply relaxed from this soup and makes herself some more. Pours that into the bowl. Continues chatting while eating, dunking the bread, wiping the bread around the empty bowl, and repeating. And the lady smiles and says, "You're going to sleep well tonight. This soup is great for sleep." And carries on eating her soup. And after eating the soup and the bread, the lady invites the girl to sit out by the canal at the end of the garden, drinking a warm drink, listening to crickets and other nighttime sounds, hearing the gentle flow of water, the darkness of this space, seeing the galaxy stretching overhead, and just talking, following just a flow of consciousness from thought to thought, unsure really where the thoughts are going, but finding it so easy to talk to this woman who sits and listens so well. Who shows a deep interest in what she's got to say. And as the night gets later and later, so the girl begins to feel tired and begins to want to go to sleep, and they head inside. And inside, the girl gets shown to the bedroom she'll be sleeping in. And it's a cozy, small bedroom with a bed containing multiple layers of sheets and the comfiest looking pillows. And a small lamp on next to the bed. And the woman says goodnight and closes the door. And this bedroom has a fresh, comfortable scent to it. and the most gentle coolness, and the cozy light brings a deep sense of comfort and kindness to the girl's heart. And she settles down in the bed. And begins to drift peacefully asleep. And as she begins to comfortably drift asleep, she starts to dream about walking down some steps from the back of this cottage down to a secret path on a comfortable summer's day. And as she takes each step, curiouser and curiouser down to the path, she hears a voice in her mind counting her down those steps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and she descends those steps slowly and meaningfully, each step feeling so solid beneath her feet, and yet bringing her closer to that path, closer to a deep understanding of something just out of grasp. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and she steps onto the path and finds the bright sunlight too bright, and realizes she's carrying an umbrella, and she holds that umbrella above her head, opens the umbrella out, and it's an umbrella of the softest, lightest fabric, decorated with spring flowers, with a gentle, frilly edge to the edge of the umbrella that's blowing softly in the breeze. And it shades her gently from the sun as she walks along this path. And this path is a gentle gravel path, and she can hear each step slightly gravelly while she walks, and finds herself exploring some landscape she's never explored before. And at first, the landscape seems fairly typical. There's a field of cows along one side, a long hedge separating the field from this path. There's a slight bank down the other side. Then it heads off into woodland, and the trees in the woodland are gently rustling, and she can see the light dancing through the branches, weaving around the woodland floor. But then as she continues to walk, so the landscape seems to begin to shift, The trees stop making a sound as they move. The fields begin to look more spongy and foamy, like she could bounce on them. And while she continues walking, suddenly she notices what at first she thought was a field of corn or some other kind of plant being grown. But notices at the top of each stalk is a tiny cupcake, and she sees in that field a combine harvester. Only the combine harvester is travelling through the field so delicately, cutting the tips of those stalks, just gathering up the cupcakes from the tops of each stalk. And instead of it shooting grain out of a pipe into a trailer, it's funneling the cupcakes onto small conveyor belts, and they're being moved from the front of the combine harvester through the combine harvester on small conveyor belts into rows at the back of the combine harvester. And once one row on the trailer is filled, the mechanism lifts up the conveyor belts are just slightly more than the size of a cupcake, and it starts forming a new row on a new layer in the trailer, filling that trailer with cupcakes. And she can smell how sweet those cupcakes smell. And she continues to walk until she reaches the edge of the field. And she sees by the edge of the field a farmer. And she calls over to the farmer and asks about the farm. And the farmer explains that each field has different cupcakes to be grown and farmed. These ones are carrot cake cupcakes. In another field, they're plain cupcakes with vanilla icing on top. Another field has chocolate cupcakes with chocolate icing on top. And he says that his favourite cupcakes are the strawberry flavoured cupcakes. And he goes and grabs one of those cupcakes and offers it to her, and places a small little gummy bear on the top of the cupcake, squidging it into the icing. He says that makes all the difference. And he hands her that cupcake. And she can smell that strawberry smell as she moves the cupcake towards her mouth. And she takes a bite of that cupcake, and the strangest experience happens, that As she bites into the cupcake, it's like an explosion of a taste sensation, like popping bubbles bursting around the inside of her mouth, fizzing. And as the cupcake dissolves while she chews, it seems to turn to liquid. Almost as if the cupcake is like a solid form of a drink. And she acknowledges to the farmer the unique taste and sensation of consuming it. The farmer explains that each cupcake turns to pink lemonade once chewed, and the bubbles fizz and pop, triggering that sensation around the inside of the mouth, the throat, expanding the taste. And she eats the second half of that cupcake and gets given an additional cupcake to take away with her. And she says goodbye to the farmer and continues walking. And as she's walking, so she notices some trees with pink petals waving gently in the breeze. And a gust of wind whips around the trees. The sound of that wind rustling up the leaves. And like a mini tornado, whipping the pink petals from the trees up into the air. And they rise high in the air before the wind fades away. And those pink petals gently fall towards the ground, floating on the breeze. And she reaches down and picks up one of the petals, feeling its waxiness. And feeling this urge to take a bite of the petal just to try it. And as she gently takes a bite of that waxy petal, she notices that it tastes so sweet and brings a tingle to her senses, almost like it's heightening her awareness of the surroundings. And so she eats the rest of the petal and feels her consciousness connecting, expanding, touching the world around her. Noticing each and every movement of each and every twig, every rustle of every leaf, the movement of every single blade of grass. Can hear the flapping of the wings of every bird and every insect, and feels that something about the experience is trying to communicate with her a direction to go. And so she jumps the hedge and starts cutting through a marshmallow field, walking along that marshmallow, her feet gently sinking into it as she walks. And she can see at the far end of the field is a farmer with a tractor that seems to be almost hovering or sliding along the top of the marshmallow, dragging behind it what looks like two blades that seem to be cutting the marshmallow into slices. And then there's a device behind that seems to roll it up into an enormous rolled strip of marshmallow that once it reaches a certain size, gets cut and lands in a trailer. And she continues bobbing along this marshmallow field, finding it difficult and time-consuming to walk through this field, like trying to walk along a stony beach. But eventually she reaches the far side of the field, and she feels drawn to something over here. She jumps the hedge this side, walks into the trees, and in the heart of this woodland is a tree that seems to be humming with the gentle sound of a million bells. And she looks around the tree and gazes up into the tree, and high in the tree she notices a rickety old tree house that's grown up with this tree over hundreds of years. And she scrambles up the side of the tree into the tree house. And inside the tree house, it smells of wood and ever so slightly musty. And there's a small, weathered metal box. And on that box is what looks like a combination lock, only not like a modern combination lock. Looks like something that somebody invented specifically for this box. And so she touches that combination lock, carefully moves each number around, feeling to see if she can notice anything that will reveal when the number facing her is the correct one. And she pushes with a little pressure while doing this. And she notices there's a very slight bit of tension at one specific point. And so she assumes that probably relates to the number needing to be facing her or facing away. And so she feels on each number and makes it so that the tension is facing her, and then tries to release the lock, and it doesn't release. So she does the same, but makes sure the tension is facing away from her. And this time when she tries the lock, it slides open easily and effortlessly. And she opens that metal box. And inside the metal box, she sees a flip book and a pen, which looks like was the one used to draw what's in the flip book. And she begins to flip through that flip book, and she watches as a lizard wanders into the scene, looks left, looks right, picks up a cello case, carries that along, seems to be setting up at a musical event, like a concert, opens the cello case, but finds that the cello's broken. And then the lizard's eyes droop, and the lizard can be seen to be sad. And then a jester dances its way into the scene, pirouetting, jumping, springing about, full of joy and happiness. And the jester drapes a large cloth over the cello, and then is seen to be whipping that cloth away rapidly. And then the words, "Ta-da," appear on the flipbook page. And as that cloth clears the cello, so the cello is in one piece, and small hand-drawn stars and sparkles can be seen around that cello. And then the jester points to a calendar as the lizard glances to the calendar and points to what date it is. And then the jester can be seen holding their belly and laughing, and the lizard can be seen shaking their head. And the jester then bounces and cartwheels off the scene. As the lizard plays that cello before an audience, with a single spotlight shining down on them as they do a solo. And then the flipbook ends with the page lighting up, the spotlight now gone, and a crowd cheering and standing up and clapping, and a tear in the lizard's eye. And then it says the end. And the girl places that flip book back into the tin and looks at what else is in this tin. And finds inside this tin a key attached to some purple ribbon. And she takes that key and looks at it and wonders what it's for. And the only keyhole she can see in this treehouse is into what looks like a medicine cabinet attached to the trunk of the tree. Just a small door in the shape of a box. And so she pops the key into the lock, twists that key with a slight click, opens the door of that cabinet, and notices that instead of seeing the inside of a cabinet, or even seeing the trunk of the tree, she sees the inside of the most opulent mansion. And so she crawls up into the cabinet, crawls through that cabinet, and climbs down the other side, climbing down into a living room of a vast mansion with marble floors, thick rugs, dense curtains hanging by the windows, the most incredible furniture, paintings many times her size hanging on the walls in golden frames, and silver candlestick holders dotted around the shelves and above the fireplace, with tall white candles in those holders. And she walks around exploring this mansion. And as she explores, she feels drawn to a dark corner that seems like it's hiding something. And she heads over towards that dark corner. And in the corner, she sees a small door, like a secret door built into the wall. She crouches down and heads through that small door, and finds herself walking through an icy snowstorm, and yet can tell she's still inside. And in this icy snowstorm, she encounters a snowman who shares with her that they are that part of who you are that you often keep locked away, not because they're bad, but because you'd rather not experience their presence, if you don't have to. But they do serve a purpose. They can be helpful, and it is helpful to know and deeply understand yourself and all aspects of yourself, because there's a time for them, just as there's a time for all those others you've met on this journey. As you've been wandering around the inside of your mind, exploring all the corners of your brain in a way that you can understand and connect with. And the girl talks with this snowman and learns even more, before finding that the ice storm is calming, and so the snowman recommends it's time now for her to go. Because she's diluting who they are, and they're a part of who she is. And she heads back out of that room, and she explores some of the other rooms in this mansion, before beginning to feel that pull of wakefulness, beginning to realize she slept through the night. And as she starts to wake up, so the experience around her begins to fade and dissipate to black. And as it fades, she wakes feeling so comfortable in that bed and can smell the most beautiful breakfast being prepared. And she goes and enjoys that breakfast with the elderly lady. She smiles and says, "I can see the soup worked wonders. I can see that you've dreamt and your mind is expanded, and you have a deeper understanding of yourself." And the girl enjoys the breakfast. And the lady and the girl plan what they'll be doing through the day, what they'll be doing through her stay, as she learns more about herself over the coming days. Each day getting to spend some time resting by the canal. Each day learning new skills. And each night integrating those skills deeply within her. Enjoying the most incredible food, the most transformative food. And on her last day, as it approaches her last night before she'll be heading back home, the lady says there's one last thing for you to experience. And that's to experience connecting deeply and comfortably with the world around you. And the girl sits in the most comfortable chair, And the lady sits opposite, and on a coffee table between the two of them, the lady places a metronome, starts that metronome ticking, and tells the girl to remain very still and with just your eyes watch as that metronome ticks and tocks, and I'll be just talking to you in the background. And so the girl gazes at the metronome, and her eyes follow the tick and the tock as it ticks and tocks and ticks and tocks. And the lady speaks and says it isn't about the ticking or the tocking. Just watch that metronome as it ticks and tocks, but focus your awareness on the spaces between the sounds. Focus your awareness on the nothingness, not on the tick or the tock, but on that space in between. And as you focus on that space between the tick and the tock, you can notice how the more you focus, the deeper you can go, and the deeper you go, the more you focus, and the more space you find between the tick and the tock, noticing that it seems to just take longer to tick and tock. And for every tick of real-world time, the tock can take longer to arrive, and the longer that tock takes to arrive, the more time you can find before the tick. And I don't know, as you listen to the tick and the tock, whether the ticking and the tocking will stretch further and further apart to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words, or the changes in your mind as you become so absorbed in that nothingness, in that space between the ticking and the tocking, the space between the in-breath and the out-breath, the space between the words that you say to yourself, the space between the flap of a butterfly's wings, the space between the movement of the clouds, the space between the earth and the moon, the planets and the stars and each other, the galaxies, the space between thoughts, the space between particles, between atoms, the space between the crests of the waves that make up the particles, the space between, the gentle fuzz of space itself. Focusing attention so much on that space between, so much on nothingness, like focusing narrower and narrower from the largest scale through the fuzz of reality, through those quantum fluctuations, beyond the Planck scale, passing through space, passing through the space between all of space, focusing so narrowly, you pass deeper and deeper to a point of nothingness, a point where there is no space, where there is no time, where there is just now. And letting your mind sit now. And wander perhaps from one to now to now to one. Flipping one and now one. Absorbing yourself in that fundamental point. And then noticing your consciousness begin to sparkle in that point, and noticing that spark of consciousness leap to the next nearest point, and then the next and the next. And each spark of consciousness leaps to all the sparks of consciousness nearby, exponentially spreading from one point of consciousness to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64, doubling each time as your consciousness jumps from one fundamental point of space and time where there is no time nor space, doubling each time, only at the rate and speed that you relax deeper and deeper. More profoundly into the experience of expanding consciousness, of shifting realities, exploring the multiverse, following your path. As you see those sparks of consciousness jump to life like tiny bells playing around you with each spark of light, until very quickly that consciousness, the timeless consciousness, doubles to fill the universe And only then do you feel that connection with all things, that deep compassion and understanding, a new perspective of yourself, the world you live in a way that brings deep peace and harmony that will continue with each and every breath you take. And that will continue to build and expand and grow with every dream, in every way that's good for you, your well-being. That spreads peace and kindness to others. And when that's happened, and it becomes a part of you, then you'll begin to drift back to noticing the ticking and the talking, and the way it just gently continues with that regular rhythm, so comfortably, so deeply. And the girl sits with the experience for a while, and the lady quietens down in the background to give her time for her consciousness to expand, to understand, to connect. To the changes undulating deep within you now. And then when the time is right, the girl's eyes gently open and she smiles, a deep and comfortable smile. And the lady stops the ticking metronome, and the girl feels ready for bed. She feels like her mind has expanded in ways it needs to learn and rest, to process the changes that have happened here, now. And after an evening drink and a final chat with this lady, knowing in the morning she'll make her journey home, she heads back to bed, settles down in bed, pondering the experience she's had the last few days, the metaphorical exploration of her brain, and the deep, meaningful meditations connecting her with herself, with others, with the world around her, helping to improve mental health, helping to reduce worry, helping to calm anxiety and find peace and clarity and understanding and a focus. And her eyes feel heavier as she rests in bed. They gently close, and she feels herself swimming deeply in consciousness through a pool of peace, light, love, feeling that through her body as sleep begins to take hold, softening, relaxing her head, relaxing the muscles around her face, calming, softening with every single out-breath, the muscles through her neck, her jaw, softening and relaxing down the shoulders, down each arm, all the way down to the fingertips, and deeply and comfortably down through the body, the breathing softening and deepening. Her body relaxing, inner healing taking place, relaxing the lower back, calming, softening, feeling a light sense of deep relaxation spreading down the legs all the way to the tips of her toes as she drifts and floats so calmly, so deeply, so peacefully into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you're staying on holiday in a grand house overlooking a vast canyon, and out the back of the house is a hot tub, and you're resting in that hot tub, gazing out across the canyon, watching the way the sun is passing across the sky. Occasional wispy clouds coming and going. The feeling of the water bubbling around you. Perhaps noticing a bird flying high in the sky, circling on an updraft. As you rest there, the warm water carefully caressing your body, the sound of those bubbles, the smell of the water, as you carefully drink a tea from a tiny china teacup, the sound of that teacup against the saucer. As you lift it up, move it to your mouth, take a sip of the tea, feel that tea passing down through your body, before carefully placing that teacup back down on the china saucer. Just enjoying this holiday, this breakaway. Enjoying a sense of peace and calm, an occasional sense of drifting into a reverie, while your arms rest on the side of the hot tub and your body relaxes under the water. and you just enjoy the serenity of this location. The silence, knowing there's no one else around for many miles. And you watch as that sun begins to dip below the horizon, and the colours of the sky change from blue to a tinge of red and orange as the air gently cools slightly, and you can feel that cool air against your cheeks, the tops of your arms. And yet you continue to sit and rest in that hot tub. And while you continue resting in that hot tub, the sun continues to set. And more stars become visible in the night sky. And once the night sky is an inky dark blue, and the only light is the gentle glow of some flamed torches dotted around the garden. You leave the hot tub, feeling the cool air as it wraps around your body. And you wrap a warm dressing gown around your body, that robe with its soft, fluffy material, hugging your body, bringing warmth to you in the cold night air. And you walk over to sit on a chair, and you lounge back on that chair, gazing up high at the sky. Watching satellites pass overhead, watching the occasional shooting star, feeling yourself begin to drift into a reverie, your eyes getting heavier and heavier, wanting to close, your breathing relaxing, feeling so cozy and calm. And as you drift into that reverie, you have this sense of lounging back on the bank of a river, feeling the grass beneath you, the texture of the grass under the palms of your hands. Breathing in the countryside air, the different scents of wildflowers, hearing the rustling of the leaves in the nearby trees. Hearing the gentle sound of the river flowing past, and the soft sound of a family of ducks bobbing their way along that river. As if the river is the duck superhighway. Ducks bobbing along and being carried by the current speeding down that river. And you start to open your eyes here in this meadow and sit yourself up and see how lush the grass looks. See the reeds along the riverbank rattling in the breeze. A swan pushing against the current as ducks go speeding past. And beside you, you see your teddy bear just resting there, sitting up, propped against a bag, with its own small cup of tea and saucer. And you see your cup and saucer and a little stand of cakes. And you realise you're enjoying afternoon tea with Teddy. And you take a scone, you slice it open, you place some cream and jam in that scone. You munch down on that, gazing over at Teddy, imagining that they're drinking their tea. And after eating and drinking, you stand up and wander over to the edge of the river, waddling your feet into the shallow water at the edge of that river, feeling the cool water bubbling over your feet, listening to the sounds of the ducks, seeing some of those ducklings weaving and pushing their way through the reeds, while the parent ducks loiter along the edge of the reeds, keeping an eye on those ducklings. And then in the water, you see something glistening, and you reach into that water and scoop up that glistening object. And as you pull it up out of the water, you find that it's a necklace with a clown hanging from that necklace, and the buttons down the front of the clown's clothing appear to be sparkling diamonds catching in the sunlight. And you take a closer look at that necklace. You place that necklace around your neck. You project your awareness to your fingertips, as if looking at the back of your neck. As you maneuver those fingertips to do up that clasp behind your neck. And then just very gently pulling on the necklace to feel that the clasp has definitely sealed, and then releasing your grip on the necklace as it hangs down around your neck. That clown resting on your chest just beneath your chin. And you feel a certain weight to that necklace. You feel like there's something different about it. A certain warmth starts to form from the necklace. And that warmth begins to infuse gently within your body, weaving its way through your body. And you hear a low and comfortable rumble, like a low hum emanating from the necklace and through your being. Beginning to stretch out within and around your chest, down to your legs, down to your arms and your fingertips, up to the top of your head, down to the tips of your toes. And then you instinctively feel your arms and your legs thrust outwards and your head thrust upwards. And with that movement, you feel like you're throwing off a shell. And at the corner of your eye, you can see yourself. And where you could see your arms, your body, your legs, you now see yourself as a purple dragon. You can feel the wings on your back flapping, keeping you airborne. You can see a mystical landscape below, rounded, small mountain-shaped hills protruding through a fog, each covered in stone and moss and some rough grasses. Like upturned cups dotted everywhere. And as you look around, you find yourself flying as instinctively as when you walk from A to B without a thought. And you fly down into the fog, feeling that fog against your skin. Flying down beneath the fog, low to the ground. And you find that this ground, this landscape, is like marshy, shallow seas, dotted with marshy green land, boggy grasses, and these tall mounds protruding up into the sky. And you fly and weave around those tall mounds, keeping close to the ground and the water. The tip of your wings occasionally slicing through the surface of the water, cutting through the tops of the grasses, before launching back up above the fog, spiraling around seeming to almost drag some of that fog up with you, creating what looks almost like a tornado following your body up and round into the sky. As the sun up here burns the tip of that fog off and warms your body, and the warmth of the sun seems to almost infuse with you as if it's powering you, as if somehow flying in the sun is filling you with energy, and you feel your body warming in the sun, your chest and your throat comfortably warming, and you develop an urge to scream, like an excited, happy scream. And when you let out that scream, a burst of white flame explodes from your mouth with a loud roar and a rumble through your throat. And when you stop screaming, so the flame dissipates, and you fly above this landscape, flying beyond the fog, flying away from those large mounds, the shallow waters, and above dense meadows of wildflowers. Seeing deer huddled together in the meadows, munching on the ground, swooping down, seeing birds flitting from tree to tree, hopping around on the grass, bees and butterflies pottering around from plant to plant, and as you fly, you see what looks like a castle in the distance, and you fly to that castle. And as you land in the courtyard of the castle, so you land so softly and delicately. And when you go to move towards the castle entrance, you realize out your peripheral vision, you no longer look like a dragon. You seem to have become a mouse, walking so daintily through the courtyard. Your fluffy body slightly frizzy with the moisture in the air, and you tootle along, heading up towards the entrance to that castle. And while you walk along, you notice that that necklace is still around your neck, only it seems to have resized to match the size you are now as a mouse. And you head up to that castle, and there's no way you can knock on this door and be heard. So you look around the doorway and you find a small hole in the corner of the wooden door. where the wooden door is beginning to rot slightly. And you softly squeeze your way through that hole, heading into this castle, unsure what you'll find. And your feet tap gently across the stone floor as you explore the castle. And the castle seems deserted, almost as if whoever was here disappeared in an instant. And you climb up a table leg and see food still laid out on the table. And you munch your way through some of that food, feeling a sense like you want to eat something, like you need something satisfying your soul in some way. Then you head over to a bowl that looks like a punch bowl, and you scramble up, poke your head over the rim, and begin to drink at some of that drink in the bowl. And as you drink, so you stumble and fall in. And as you fall in, you give the tiniest of splashes, but then find something strange, that you seem to have changed again. And as you look around under this liquid, you find that it seems like you're looking around in a coral reef in the most beautiful turquoise water, seeing corals of all sorts of colours, and different fish swimming among the coral, and other sea creatures, hearing the sounds of dolphins, the distant sounds of whales, and seeing that you've become a turtle, almost flying under the water, with such ease and so little effort required. And you swim as a turtle down towards the coral. You weave your way through the coral, that necklace still hanging around your neck. And you see something in the distance, like a dark patch, almost like a tunnel, perhaps a cave. And as you swim closer, you notice that that cave seems to be triangular. And you swim closer and closer to the cave. You pass through the cave. But as you pass through the cave, you seem to leave the water. And as you leave the water, going deeper and deeper, passing through that cave, so you hear the rush of wind around you. You feel yourself skid to a halt in snow. You stand up and notice that you're an incredibly fluffy white fox with a bushy tail, thick fur, and the howling wind just makes your fur flutter. But you don't feel the cold apart from just slightly on the tip of your nose, and the sensation of the wind against your eyes, and the occasional gentle flapping of your ears. And as you walk through the snow, your footsteps are so soft, so delicate, just the slightest crunch with each step. And this landscape seems so barren. All you can see in every direction is snow, blending into a storm. And while walking through this snow, you spy a gentle glow, a slightly silvery white glow. You walk towards that glow, and in the snow, you see the most beautiful, glowing angel. And as you get closer and closer, so she seems to tingle like the sound of delicate bells. And she seems so friendly, and in the softest voice, she introduces herself as the Snow Angel. And with that, the wind calms down, and she stood before you in a delicate white cape, draped down, touching the top of the snow. The only thing showing behind her are translucent wings. She explains that the storm is just her cape, expanded. And if she opens her cape, the storm will return. And she tells you that you're here on a mission of inner discovery, of learning something about yourself that you'll only know by accessing multiple different aspects of yourself, and each aspect of yourself is contained within a different being. And so you have to explore each of those aspects of yourself to better know yourself and get a whole impression of yourself and a whole understanding of who you are and who you can be and what you can achieve. And she hands you a small bar of lavender-scented soap and tells you that this will be the secret to finding your way from here. And with that, she opens her cape, the storm returns, and she fades into the distance. And as this fox, you continue on, walking through this snowy landscape, and you notice an area where the snow is becoming thinner, and you can see some dark blue water as you approach. And you walk towards that water and you can see some steam just gently rising from the water. And you get closer and closer and you notice this water seems to be a natural hot spring of the most comfortable temperature and so refreshing in this cold landscape. And you walk into that water. You rub up that soap, lathers up. You begin to wash that soap over yourself, absorbing yourself in the scent of lavender. That scent of lavender filling your nostrils, breathing in through your body, tingling at the back of your eyes, twitching in the tips of your ears, feeling yourself relaxing deeper and deeper, and your eyes closing. And as your eyes close, so you feel the water fade away around you. And while the water fades away, you feel that you're resting in a meadow on a beautiful summer's day. You open your eyes and you find that you're now a gopher and you're exploring this meadow, and in the middle of this meadow is a large rock, and sticking in that large rock is a sword, and that sword is gently humming, as if it's vibrating a song. And you bound your way over to that sword, and as you get near, the sword begins to talk. It asks you to sit down, take a moment and listen. I'm going to tell you a story. A story about a child called Heather. And Heather was out one day in a pumpkin patch. And she was gathering up pumpkins for pumpkin pie. And as she was gathering up those pumpkins, they got heavier and heavier and harder to carry. But she had to get those pumpkins home. And she tried to carry that basket of pumpkins. But the more she walked, the heavier they felt. And it felt like so much time was passing as she was carrying those pumpkins. And she could see home, but it seemed so far away, as if every step she took towards the house, she was finding herself 2 steps further away. And she walked and walked. And then someone dressed as a knight in silver shining armor appeared before her, and they offered to help her. And she accepted that help. And that knight helped her carry the pumpkins all the way home. And once home, she offered them a cup of tea. And they came in for the cup of tea, but when they took their helmet off, she was surprised by what she saw. Underneath the helmet, this knight was an octopus. And they removed their armour and flopped to the floor. And they spoke to her about magic and about taking on different forms, about how they can disguise themselves and how they can use their strong arms to shape themselves, whether it's filling armour or hiding in a crevice. And while drinking tea, they share knowledge. And Heather sets about cooking pumpkin pie. And almost as if the scent of pumpkin pie wafting through the land, her father appeared at the door. And he arrived at the door wearing socks and sandals, dressed as a bandit. And he wasn't happy to see a knight's armour lying on the ground. He worried that there was a knight here in his home. And he had his stolen items in a sack. And as he arrived, the octopus camouflaged itself, and so he couldn't see the octopus there. And then slowly the octopus revealed itself, explained they're not a knight. And the father explained why he did what he did, and about being poor and trying to provide. And so the octopus took this opportunity to teach something to the father. He spoke about a story he had heard about a monk who'd left his shoes outside a building while he went into the building. And when he came back, his shoes were gone. And the monk's friend said how angry he must be at his shoes going missing, at whoever stole those shoes. And the monk explained that whoever took the shoes probably needed them more than he did. And the person that took the shoes has given him this gift of learning and exploring, kindness and compassion, exploring forgiveness, exploring acceptance. But if the person hadn't taken those shoes, there are lessons he would never learn. There are feelings he'd never experience. And the friend didn't fully understand. But the monk was just sharing. And the octopus continued on teaching. And one of the items the bandit had taken was that talking sword. And the octopus told the bandit, "You need to place that sword in the stone in the pumpkin patch, and it will stay there until someone comes along who's capable of removing that sword." And when that occurs, they'll bring a new understanding through time, a new wave of good fortune. And like a ripple through time, like a stone in a pool of water, that'll spread through time, and it'll follow the path back through everyone who's touched that sword. And the sword's tail will bring peace and new understanding, and you'll no longer be poor, but you'll be rich in a very specific kind of way. But that way of being rich will allow you to have what you need, and it'll allow you to release what you want. And the octopus then climbs back into the armor. The bandit takes the sword out to the stone. The octopus follows. And once the sword is in the stone, so the octopus rests an arm on the bandit's head and says, "I'm the keeper of dreams," and passes a dream to the bandit. And the bandit's eyes close, they become very still. They drift into a deep and powerful reverie, going through an experience much like the one you're going through now. As if their brain has been reprogrammed, like taking a chunk of the old out and replacing it with something new. And when they release that bandit's brain, and the bandit returns back to themselves, they find the fields full of lush crops. They go and eat Heather's pumpkin pie. And the octopus in that suit jumps in the air. And as the suit falls to the ground, so there's an explosion of sand from within the suit that dissipates with a thick breeze, wafting on the winds of peace and harmony. And so the sword continues telling the story and says that you, as a gopher here, is the one who's destined to remove the sword from the stone. And as a gopher, you question whether you'd be able to remove that sword from the stone. They say you're not called a gopher for nothing. You're going to go far. But to go far, you need to remove that sword. And the gopher climbs up on the stone, and as this gopher, you take hold of the sword and so easily and effortlessly manage to lift it out of the stone. The sound of that sword sliding its way through that stone, humming as it stretches into the air, like a lightning bolt sparking from the tip of the sword up into the sky, arcing overhead, like that lightning is dancing from cloud to cloud, back down to the earth again, and finding yourself stood there tall and proud, no longer looking like a gopher. And as you gaze up and around and look back in front of you, you find your landscape has changed again. You're stood in a large, empty room. A room that's pitch black and so large you can't see the sides. And a man in a purple cape is stood in the shadows. And he explains that he's a magician of sorts. He's the observer. He watches over everything. And he creates transformational experiences like this one. And he gestures for you to follow him. And carrying that sword, you follow him on a long walk through this dark room, an almost soundless room, just the most delicate spatial hum. And after a long walk, you notice some windows, and you walk over to those windows and stand next to the magician at the window. And you look out of the window, and below you can see the earth. And he says that for millennia, people have gazed up at the night sky, watched the moon pass overhead, unaware the moon is an ancient alien spaceship, and that we're the aliens. We're here observing, watching, transforming lives from afar. He gestures and points and says, "Down there, you're sleeping, resting on a comfortable chair, thinking you're drifting and dreaming, unaware. I've been inside your mind, helping to reprogram things and help make some changes. almost like granting wishes. And in a moment, you're going to look at me. You're going to look into my eyes. I'm going to count from 3 to 1. And on the count of 1, you're going to think I fade away. But actually, you're the one fading away from here, back to the you there. And you'll wake up, thinking this was all a dream. 3, 2, that's it, all the way, deeper and deeper. 1, that's it. And as the experience seems to fade like a dream, you find yourself waking on that chair, nighttime deepening, and you head into the building. You head to your bed, and it's the most comfortable, most perfect bed, the ideal mattress, the most comfortable pillow, and it takes no time at all for your head to hit the pillow and your eyes to close and your mind to drift deeply and comfortably asleep into slumberland.